Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Commission to Increase Housing Opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. My name is Craig Hickman. I'm State Senator from District 14, and I'm the Senate Chair of this commission. Today, we have a robust agenda to look at the historical role of race and racism in zoning and what solutions and opportunities that can bring to us. We have a great panel, a group of panelists today, four in fact. But before we get to all of that, we will begin with commission introductions. I'm going to go around my, my Zoom screen in the order that I see people. Commissioner Napolitano. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
Good afternoon. I'm on the West Coast here, so it's morning here, but just checking in. I'm glad I'm here. I'm looking forward to this presentations here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dufour.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Dufour, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the Maine Municipal Association.
Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Hill.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Madeline Hill, and I am here representing the Maine Association of Realtors.
Commissioner Golek. Commissioner Golek, you are on mute. There we go.
There we go. Hi, I'm Cheryl Bullock. I'm from Hartswell, and I'm representing Maine Equal Justice and Maine Equal Justice Partners Circle.
Thank you. Commissioner Totman.
Good afternoon. I'm Dana Totman with Avesta Housing.
Commissioner Brennan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dan Brennan, I'm the Director at Maine State Housing Authority.
Commissioner Levine.
I'm Jeff Levine. I'm a land use planner and teach urban planning at MIT. I'm representing land use planning and smart growth organizations.
Commissioner Jackson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Anthony Jackson, consultant with racial equity and justice.
Commissioner Cooper Ryder.
Hi, good afternoon. Erin Cooper Ryder. I'm a real estate developer based in Portland, Maine, and I have permitted affordable housing projects in 37 different municipalities in Maine, and I am talking to you this afternoon from East Boothbay.
Commissioner Pingree.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Hannah Pingree, Director of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future.
Senator Pouliot, great to see you.
Great to be seen, Senator Hickman. Senator Matt Pouliot represents Senate District 15, towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Brattleboro. Pleased to be here today.
Speaker Fecto.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ryan Fecto. I represent my hometown of Biddeford. Looks a little something like that. I am pleased to be the House Chair of this commission.
And we have with us our staff, Hillary Risler, Sam Prower, and Deidre Snyder, who have been absolutely invaluable resources for all of this work. They help create our agendas with our direction. They do research on our behalf. And Hillary has the distinct honor of running interference by inviting all of the presenters and all of those communications and emails and trying to schedule everything. So with that, today we will be discussing, like I said, the role of race and racism in the histories of zoning and what we can learn from that and the opportunities that we have to provide solutions. We have four presenters today. We are looking forward to hearing from all of them. We have Matt Malechko from the Eviction Lab at Princeton University. We have Jonah Freemark from the Urban Institute. We have Andy O'Brien from the AFL-CIO, and we will finish with Mr. Morgan Williams from the National Fair Housing Alliance. He will join us at 2 o'clock when he is finished with his prior commitments. And we will go in that order. I will ask the presenters to, if they wish to allow us to ask questions along the way, they can let us know that. Otherwise, there will be time for commissioners to ask questions when they complete their presentations. Let me just make sure I'm not getting any messages. Commissioner Spalding will be joining us momentarily. Okay, I will let her introduce herself when she arrives. So without further ado, I would like to introduce to the commission Matt Malechko from the Eviction Lab at Princeton University. The Zoom is yours, sir. Unless Hillary, I'm sorry, Hillary, did you want to say anything to us first?
Nope, that is it. I will be turning my camera off just so that I can attend to any things as they come up, but I am here, so if you need me, just say my name.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator, I would just note for members of the public who are watching, there is a public comment period that we will get to after the presentations have been made.
Thank you for that reminder, Speaker Fecteau. And so, Mr. Malechko, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, but while I'm doing that, I'll just mention that I'm open to questions while I'm presenting if they come up, so feel free to ask if any of the commissioners have any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so you all should be able to see my screen. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Malechko. I'm a doctoral student at Princeton University in the Social Policy and Population Studies program. I study housing policy, but more specifically, policies to promote affordable housing and residential integration. I'm also a graduate research assistant with the Eviction Lab, where we study the causes, consequences, and prevalence of eviction nationwide. I want to start by thanking the Commission for inviting me to speak on this topic, and I applaud the Commission for taking on this very important issue. This is just an outline of a little bit of what I'll discuss in my presentation today. I'll cover a little bit of just an overview of zoning and land use policy, and then go into the history of zoning and land use policy, its intersections with race and racial discrimination, how it's evolved over time, and what the evidence says about the practice of exclusionary zoning, how entrenched it is. I'll take a brief look at examples of this in Maine, and then close by discussing some initiatives that have been taken on to combat exclusionary zoning and what else might be done to further curtail the practice. So to begin, zoning is the division of community into zones in which certain activities are permitted or prohibited. But zoning is just one element of land use policy in general. And three universal elements of land use policy in general tend to be minimum lot sizes, use restrictions, and height restrictions. But there's plenty of other items that are important when discussing land use policy, ranging from parking minimums to minimum setbacks to open space requirements, and so on and so forth. I'll mention that zoning can legally discriminate by age, but not by income, ethnicity, or race. And as we'll hear over and over again today, I'm sure, those have never really been binding restrictions. And it's also worth mentioning that zoning can limit the number of unrelated people sharing a home. And given what we know about demographic trends within different subgroups of the population, this is another way in which zoning policy can have discriminatory impacts. So I've mentioned exclusionary zoning, but just to define terms, what I'm referring to is restrictive land use and zoning policies that are meant to exclude certain uses of land. This is often accomplished through things like low density regulations. So single family zoning, reserving a municipality for just single family detached homes is one very common example of that. But there's also large minimum lot sizes, things like parking requirements, height restrictions, or even sometimes explicit population growth controls. But a more invisible way that exclusionary zoning can also operate is through excessively bureaucratic procedures and delays. And all of these combine to often exclude low-income households and people of color. And that's due in part of the history of housing discrimination and the racially discriminatory way in which our housing policy and housing markets evolved, particularly over the 20th century, to make it so that households of color are more likely to be renters and more likely to be low-income renters and disproportionately face all the issues that come with being a low-income renter. And so when municipalities make it difficult to build housing, simple economic theory tells us that if the supply of housing doesn't keep up with demand, housing costs are going to increase. And that increase in housing costs essentially keeps out people without the means to afford housing that has inflated prices. Another term I'll mention and we'll talk about a little bit later is inclusionary zoning. So this is the provision of below market rate units alongside market rate development. And the rule of thumb is generally 20% of units are set aside to be below market rate. And this can be accomplished through either incentives or mandates. I wouldn't necessarily think of inclusionary zoning though as the converse of exclusionary zoning. There are plenty of localities in say California and New Jersey that have inclusionary zoning programs, but otherwise are characterized as very exclusive places with exorbitant housing costs. So any discussion of zoning and land use needs to center on the fact that the earliest zoning laws explicitly segregated by race. Baltimore is often cited as the first city that sort of pioneered this practice, but I'd say that there's evidence that San Francisco's anti-Chinese zoning policies came even earlier in the late 1800s. But New York City passed what we would think of as the first comprehensive zoning ordinance in 1916, and many cities followed suit shortly thereafter. And then Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover's Standard State Zoning Enabling Act in 1921 was a major reason why. And I bring this up because, you know, in these debates, it's on the ability to zone and the right to zone and control land use is oftentimes thought of as a right of local governments that is sort of sacred. But it's worth noting that many municipalities weren't practicing zoning until the federal government came along and gave them a template of how to do so. So I think that's worth keeping in mind that there's certainly precedent for higher levels of government intervening and being a part of land use decisions. And so that's worth bearing in mind as state governments and the federal government to contemplate ways of combating exclusionary zoning. So despite Euclid versus Ambler, which was the landmark Supreme Court case that enshrined local government's right to zone, the practice of exclusionary zoning didn't really become common until the 1970s. At least that seems to be the consensus among the research community. And the timing of this really matches up with a number of watershed moments in the history of our country. When you think of the end of the Great Migration, the Civil Rights Movement, continuing white flight and suburbanization, all of these things line up with this marker of where researchers say we see an increase in exclusionary zoning practices. And the common explanation is standard tools in the toolbox of segregation got continually struck down throughout the course of the 20th century. So in 1917, racial zoning was struck down. In 1948, the use of racial covenants was struck down. In 1968, the Fair Housing Act outlawed a lot of remaining housing discrimination. So little by little, these tools that municipalities could use to keep out certain races and certain classes start to become unavailable. And now a less explicitly racist form of controlling who gets to live where starts becoming more common from the 1970s and on. So we'll do a little tour of what the empirical evidence says about exclusionary zoning. There's plenty of evidence that exclusionary zoning inflates housing prices. That's well accepted among researchers who study this topic. And I'm just pulling one graph here from a study in 2018 to illustrate the point. What you'll see graphed here is housing costs, and you'll notice a pretty considerable increase in housing costs over the past few decades, even with the housing crash of the Great Recession. And what's also graphed here are real construction costs, which have more or less stayed constant over time. So what this is illustrating is the dramatic rise in housing costs, despite the fact that building homes hasn't really become that much more expensive. And these authors implicate restrictive zoning policies as the key driver of these housing costs. This isn't just a story of rising housing costs, it's a story of what these rising housing costs mean for society at large. And this is a 2017 study that emphasized that these restrictive exclusionary zoning laws, by raising housing prices, are limiting residential and labor mobility that we're seeing in the country and decreasing regional income convergence. So it used to be true that people could move from areas of lower opportunity to higher opportunity, experience a gain in their wages, and experience social mobility. That's still generally true for white collar professionals today, but that's no longer true for most of the population by the evidence that these authors uncovered. And the reason for that is it becomes impossible or not worth it to move to areas of higher opportunity when housing costs will eat up all the potential income you could earn by moving. And so this is, again, an illustration that we are not only keeping people out of areas of opportunity, but ultimately hurting economic growth in the long run. And a few economists picked up on this in a more recent study to run some simulations about just how, can we put a dollar amount on just how damaging these rising housing costs are for economic growth. And so the authors in this 2019 study estimated that if high cost, very exclusive metros like San Francisco or New York City reduced land use restrictions to just the median level in the country, US GDP output would be almost 4% higher. So that's about, by their calculations, $4,000 more in average wages for all US workers. And this is under an even more restrictive set of assumptions. So these are not trivial impacts of these housing laws that we're seeing. But even beyond economic impacts, exclusionary zoning has been a key to establishing and maintaining racial segregation. So what I'm showing here is a graph from a 2011 study that graphs the dissimilarity index, which is a key measure of ethno-racial segregation. And on the x-axis here is average permitted density. So what this graph is showing is that as average permitted density increases, the dissimilarity index, so measured segregation, decreases. Another way to think about this is the most exclusive places that are permitting the lowest densities tend to be the most segregated places as well. So I talked a lot about exclusionary zoning, but what about upzoning? What about pulling back some of these restrictive zoning laws and allowing more development? This is a key debate right now amongst researchers. There's some research that shows that upzonings in Portland have resulted in higher densities and more housing supply, which is what economic theory would predict. And relatedly, there's preliminary working papers that suggest adding additional housing can actually lead to lower housing costs. Of course, there's other research too that upzonings that sort of complicate that picture, that at least in the short term, one of my panel partners here has published a paper showing that at least in the short term, upzonings can in some cases lead to increases in housing costs. And another recent paper has shown that the increase in odds of a neighborhood becoming whiter can increase as well, at least in the short term. But what I think is fair to say is that ultimately more research is needed on this. As you'll notice, much of these upzonings have been implemented fairly recently, and it takes a number of years to really see what the impacts of these changes in zoning laws are. And I think to a broader point, there's even, to some extent, these findings aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. So, housing demand is so pent up in some areas that it's consistent to think as housing restrictions are lifted, it's totally possible that the most resourced individuals would take advantage of these changes, and that can result in short-term housing cost increases. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we should shy away from reforming our zoning codes or building more densely. Rather, we should be doing this in an intentional way, and doing so in a way that provides for a sufficient level of below market and deed restricted affordable housing that can retain class and ethno-racial diversity. What often gets lost in this debate is even 100% affordable units often get thwarted by restrictive zoning laws. And so exclusionary zoning is still disadvantaging building truly affordable housing for folks that need below market rate housing options. And as work by my colleagues have demonstrated, most evictions and forced displacement in urban areas are not happening in areas where gentrification is happening. They're happening in areas of concentrated poverty and disadvantage. And that's the sort of thing that exclusionary zoning contributes to, in creating places that afford opportunity, but also places that concentrate disadvantage and poverty because people can't move out and move into different neighborhoods and share in opportunity. So again, we have plenty of reason to reform our zoning codes, but the emphasis should be on doing it in an equitable way and implementing them equitably. Pivoting to what contributes to exclusionary zoning. So research has shown that the percentage of white residents in an area is strongly associated with support for exclusionary zoning. And things like wealth, home ownership, per capita expenditures, and property taxes also are associated with support for exclusionary zoning. And so what this should signal to you is, again, this is a mechanism of hoarding opportunity, and places that that are resourced and you know have the highest quality jobs and supply of jobs, the highest quality local services, the best schools. These are places that have this opportunity and are working actively to make sure they're limiting access to that resource. There's also been research showing sort of backlash effects that have long-term consequences. So there's a 2020 study that showed that dramatic increases in racial diversity that came with phenomena like the Great Migration led to an increase in the use of exclusionary zoning practices. So cities that in the north that saw the greatest, greater increases in the Black population also saw notable decreases, I should say, in permitting for multifamily housing. And ultimately the housing stock grew older because there was just less building over time. So how widespread is exclusionary zoning? Well, there's sometimes the narrative that this issue of exclusionary zoning is really an issue in San Francisco and New York City and really high cost metros, but not really a problem anywhere else. And I show this figure to sort of push back against that notion. What you're seeing here is zoning data from 2019 in which authors surveyed land use and zoning departments across the country and aggregated up those survey responses to the metro level. And these are the 44 metro areas that have at least 10 municipalities represented. And then the authors rank these areas based on zoning restrictiveness. So the areas in red are the most restrictive. And it's true that these do cluster along the coast, but there's areas like Madison, Wisconsin that also register as highly restrictive. Then there's the areas in the blue that are about middle of the road. And you'll notice that Portland, South Portland metro area is one of those CBAs that registers as in blue, so middle of the road level of restrictiveness. And then green are the least restrictive. But even in these areas labeled green, there are going to be municipalities that are practicing what we would consider to be exclusionary zoning procedures. I also just wanted to spend just a little bit of time looking at some of the data from Maine specifically. So the zoning data we do have is not great, and there's not a whole lot of it, given, which may be surprising given how consequential these decisions and zoning is for all of the outcomes we've looked at. But we do have a little bit of data from 2006 and 2018. And these are two surveys, same data that you saw from the last slide. Basically, these are statistics of a single index that measures zoning restrictiveness. So higher levels of this index indicate higher levels of zoning restrictiveness. And in 2006, by this data, Maine was a top 10 state in terms of exclusionary zoning. 0.6 was the mean, the weighted mean for the state of Maine. So that registers over the 75th percentile of the country by this data in 2006. For transparency's sake, I showed the most recent wave in 2018. And the picture looks quite a bit different for Maine in this case, but I would urge people to take these numbers with a grain of salt. And the 2018 sample includes totally different municipalities and also a different methodology for creating the index. But it's worth noting that, for instance, the South Portland metro area in 2018, the index there was 0.13, which is certainly above the national average of -0.09. So again, that registers as about middle of the pack in terms of metro areas that are well represented in this data. I see some questions in the chat. I'm not sure if there are any questions. I'll stop here in case there are.
Thank you, Ms. Malechko. The chat just had a question about whether or not these presentations would be shared let attendees know that we keep your questions really to technical issues, and then you will have an opportunity to say what you need to say during public comment. But are there any questions from commissioners at this time? Commissioner Pingree has her hand raised.
Very minor clarifying question. You mentioned Portland early on in one of your slides. Is that Portland, Oregon or Portland, Maine?
Portland, Maine.
Okay, it was Portland, Maine.
Yeah.
Great. And I don't know if this is you. We may hear about this in other subsequent presentations, but I know a fair number of towns in Maine in the 70s started to enact some of their ordinances. And a lot of even our very rural small towns who didn't have much. Do you have any sort of historical sense? I mean, I think you spoke to it already. I'm just I'm not aware of exactly what was happening in these small towns in Maine in the 70s, but I'm assuming it kind of followed the national trends.
Yeah, that's my impression as well. I don't know the main context in terms of individual municipalities, but it would certainly be in keeping with the trend nationally if towns in Maine started enacting practices that we would term exclusive or exclusionary around that time.
Any other questions at this time from the commission? Seeing none, please continue, sir.
Okay, great. So keeping with Portland, Maine, I thought I could do a little exercise to show even a more granular level what this looks like on the ground in Maine. And I'll pick Portland because it's the most populated city in the state. But this is the zoning map for Portland, Maine, and you probably can't see it super well on your screens. But what I want to do here is just highlight the areas of the city where multifamily housing is allowed by right, meaning it doesn't need excessive approvals and developers are allowed to build there by law. Those areas of course, there's apartment housing throughout most of Portland, Maine, but the apartment construction seems to cluster in the southeastern part of the city, and downtown Portland, as I understand it, is right around this area. And then a bit to the northwest in this area of the city. So that's where apartments are generally allowed by right. And so I wanted to overlay some American Community Survey data with this and see what other patterns we can pick up. So this is an ethno-racial dot map of census tracts in Portland, Maine. You can think of census tracts as roughly speaking neighborhoods. One dot represents 30 people. And so what we have graphed here is the 4 largest ethno-racial groups in Portland, Maine. And what you can take away from this is Portland is a predominantly white city, but also that there are significant populations of Black, Latinx, and Asian residents. And neighborhoods with the highest proportion of those ethno-racial groups, particularly Black residents, tend to be also in the areas that happen to have apartment construction allowed by right. And that means that there are also pockets of the city that are fairly homogeneous and predominantly white. When you also overlay median household income in Portland, Maine, you get a similar pattern where the southeast portion of the city has the lowest median household income by neighborhood. And then again, you have concentrations of higher income individuals and households in these other parts of Portland where there isn't as much apartment activity. And I wanted to see if I'm someone who wants to move to Portland, Maine, and I'm just above the threshold of what would qualify as affordable housing. So let's say 85% of household median income. And I wanted to find an apartment that was affordable to me. So I wouldn't be paying any more than 30% of my income on housing. The rent I could afford is $1,285. And at that level of rent, as of today on Zillow, I can find 9 apartments in Portland. Of course, this isn't every single apartment that's available in Portland, most likely, but for a city of 16, 17,000 renters, 9 does not indicate a high level of housing availability, even for someone that's above the threshold for needing affordable housing. If we look at homes available at the national median sales price for homes, which the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis puts around $375,000, there are 25 homes available in the city of Portland at that price point. So this is an illustration to show that there's zoning can create within city inequalities, but the story of zoning and segregation is increasingly becoming one of between city and between place inequality. So I wanted to also pull in Falmouth, Michigan, which is just north of the city of Portland. This is the zoning map for Falmouth. And right away, you should notice that a large percentage of this municipality is zoned for farming or agriculture. In this green portion of the municipality, single-family detached homes are also allowed, as long as they sit on a lot that has at least 80,000 square feet. So that's almost 2 acres. And areas where apartment housing is permitted by right is generally this portion of the municipality and a little bit here to the center right. But even in those areas, there are density limits, such as only 6 dwelling units per multifamily development are allowed. Buildings can't be more than 2.5 stories. So this is acting to limit how much apartment availability there can be in Falmouth. And if we do the same exercise, you saw this for the city of Portland, but when we bring in Falmouth, you should notice that Falmouth is far less densely populated, but also quite a bit less diverse and more white. And then when we again overlay this with household income, you see high concentrations of high median household income in Falmouth, and you start to see pretty stark even differences between just 2 cities here. And so these are exactly the spatial inequalities that restrictive zoning can contribute to. And if, again, we do this same exercise on Zillow, and if I look for an apartment at the same exact price, there is nothing available in Falmouth. And if I look at the same median sales price for homes, I could find 3 homes in Falmouth. So this should illustrate to you that these aren't abstract issues. These are real current problems that face, significant portions of the population face, but particularly low-income households. And these aren't just issues in the Portland region. Just a few years ago, as I was, doing a survey of zoning in Maine, Surrey, Maine, was contemplating increasing their minimum lot sizes to 4 acres, and this was happening in 2012. They eventually settled on 2-acre minimum lot sizes throughout much of the city. So again, these are issues that are relevant to the rest of Maine as well. And I should mention that the Zillow exercise considers someone who's just above the threshold for affordable housing. So given what we know about the crushing lack of affordable housing in this country, the situation for someone who needs deed-restricted affordable housing is probably even more dire. The National Low-Income Housing Coalition estimates that Maine has about 54 housing units for every 100 extremely low-income renting families. And so when affordable housing is this hard to come by in normal times, you can imagine just how more difficult it is for low-income renters in times of crises. And few places, if any, have been spared the housing crisis and eviction crisis that's going on right now due to COVID-19. And Maine is certainly no exception to that. So why is exclusionary zoning so entrenched? Well, a big part of it has to do with the fact that property values represent a significant portion of wealth holdings and determine public good provisions. So homeowners have strong incentives to restrict development and exclude certain developments. So in very recent research shows that local governing bodies and practices are overwhelmingly biased in favor of homeowners. The people who attend these local meetings where all these decisions are determined are disproportionately white, wealthy, older property owners who are also active voters. And data from Maine indicates what many would probably already guess, that a lot of the comments that come up in these public meetings are anti-development. And so these are usual complaints about parking and density and neighborhood character that all contribute to basically keeping the status quo maintained and housing supplies artificially low and prices artificially high. So what's been done to combat exclusionary zoning? Well, there are a number of things we can point to. I'm a New Jersey resident, and many folks in New Jersey know of the Mount Laurel Doctrine, which was a series of court cases that essentially established the responsibility of municipalities to zone for their share of affordable housing. And it's sometimes thought of as a model nationwide, but it's sad to say that New Jersey is still one of the most exclusive states in the country. And there hasn't been as much affordable housing production as many would have hoped for. So for instance, I live in Princeton, New Jersey. Just last summer, we finalized our 3rd round fair share housing plan, which was supposed to be finalized in 1999. So this gives you a sense of how long things can drag out in the courts and how just producing enough affordable housing for the population can get litigated to death. Massachusetts has something called Chapter 40B. It's sometimes referred to as the anti-snob zoning law. It essentially gives developers a way to, through the courts or through other mechanisms, force municipalities to allow for multifamily housing and multifamily zoning. Connecticut, Illinois, and Rhode Island have similar provisions. California has a fair share of housing allotment system, but without any enforcement mechanism. It's worth noting that Senate Bill 9, which would legalize duplexes across the state in single-family zones, is awaiting the governor's signature. And so that's a fairly significant step for the state of California. Connecticut has also passed modest zoning reforms similar to what we've seen in California. And there are some notable places that have ended single-family zoning, or at least have signaled intent to do so. And that includes the state of Oregon, as well as Minneapolis, Portland, Sacramento, and Berkeley. Just a little bit on inclusionary zoning here as a method for combating exclusionary zoning. This is also a topic of debate amongst researchers. So on the one hand, there are some economists who view inclusionary zoning and impact fees as essentially a tax on development and another exclusive practice that will just raise the price of housing. There's some empirical support for this, but most research produces more mixed results and suggests that it really depends on the design of the program. And so I think it's safe to say that the consensus is inclusionary zoning can produce meaningful levels of affordable housing if designed correctly, and it can also increase residential integration via mixed income developments. And it's also worth mentioning that developers sometimes will pay an in lieu fee instead of building affordable units, and those oftentimes fund affordable housing trust funds that municipalities can then use to build affordable housing. So this is the slide that I'll end on. I just want to end with some thoughts about what else might be done to curtail exclusionary zoning. There's really never been more energy around doing this than the current moment. The Biden administration is the first presidential administration to propose an explicit policy to combat exclusionary zoning. And the Biden administration's proposal is essentially grants and technical assistance to municipalities who are interested in curbing the practice of exclusionary zoning in their areas. But as some economists have pointed out, the problem with that is the most exclusive places and the places most in need of reform are generally places that want to maintain the status quo, or at least have constituencies that are interested in maintaining the status quo. So these researchers suggest that instead of the carrot approach, the stick approach might be more effective. So the idea is to tie things like infrastructure payments to zoning reforms. A similar proposal, which was proposed about 28 years ago, was tying mortgage interest deductions to zoning reform. And I think this is interesting because it reminds us that the amount of money this country spends on subsidizing homeownership as opposed to affordable housing development is pretty stark and uneven. But some other ideas to end on are state upzoning reforms that I mentioned earlier that have happened in Oregon and Connecticut. It does show that state reform is possible. There is now precedent for this. Researchers have called for reforming public meetings, making them more accessible to the public, and particularly constituencies that would speak up in favor of affordable housing and development if they could attend. These meetings are often held during weekdays, weeknights, late into the late hours of the evening, early hours of the morning. If you have 2 or 3 jobs, caretaking responsibilities, it's pretty much impossible to be able to attend, let alone engage in the discussion. There's researchers have called for the concept of zoning budgets. So this is an idea of if a municipality is going to enact a proposal that will lead to more restrictive zoning, they have to offset that by another upzoning proposal in some part of the municipality. So it's an idea of balancing out a zoning regime to make sure that places don't become extremely exclusive over time. We could always use more and better zoning data, not just for researchers' sake. I mean, we have the task of convincing policymakers of what the data is saying and and providing you guidance based on that, but also for individual citizens to know what's going on in their localities and to understand how zoning and land use policy is affecting things that they're experiencing, like housing unaffordability and segregation. And finally, I'll say, building support for housing and counteracting anti-development tendencies. The best example I've seen of this is a group called Desegregate Connecticut in the state of Connecticut. For people energized by this in the state of Maine, one of the best things you can do is probably get in touch with the folks at Desegregate Connecticut and replicate what they're doing in Connecticut, in Maine at the state level. They're building a coalition to change the narrative about housing and zoning in this country, unlike anything I've seen before. And that's what I'll end with. I think, ultimately, to make a dent in this problem, we need to change the narrative around housing and to think of it more as a human right, as opposed to just an investment vehicle, or even worse, ways to exclude racial groups or different class groups. So again, I want to thank the commission for allowing me to speak on this. And I look forward to the other presentations and the rest of the conversation today. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Malechko, for honoring the time frame that we have given you. I see that you do have some more slides available. We will take a look at those. It's my understanding that you intend to be here for the entire day. And so that means if we want to circle back and ask questions, or the public can ask questions of you as well, that would be fine. In the meanwhile, does anyone from the commission have any questions for Mr. Malechko before we move on to Mr. Freemark from the Urban Institute, who I'm sure will have some redundant points, but I'm a poet. Redundancy is good. Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. Was the census data from 2020 or 2010 that you overlaid on the maps of Portland and Falmouth?
That data was 2015 to 2019 ACS 5-year estimates. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Commissioner Dufour?
So I represent municipal government for the Maine State Legislature, so I may have a bit of a chip on my shoulder, but I'll try to be less defensive than I normally am. But our members are talking about this seriously. And I think often it's easy to blame the municipality, but I think a lot of what you touched on is a bit of NIMBYism, in that even at the local level, it's hard to advance changes because of NIMBYism. That is what our members are talking about, changing that narrative, that right now we live in a state with tax policies that reward white, wealthy retirement community. That's the vision of success. When you talk about changing the narrative, what type of proposals are we talking about? Or should I just go to the Connecticut site?
Well, you'd be well served in seeing materials that Desegregate Connecticut has. A lot of it is, in my mind, engaging with constituencies that are traditionally skeptical or anti-development, or whether that be even market rate housing or 100% affordable housing. The research community, in my opinion, is a little short on ideas for this, but I do think it is critical that we need to understand how to engage with constituencies that hold much of the power, and starting to chip away at that skepticism and showing one way to do it is to point to areas that have, whether through upzoning or court order desegregation or whatever, places that have integrated and built in affordable housing in an integrative way and led to positive outcomes. And so, the most effective means of doing that, I'm not quite sure what that is, but I do think we need to start at least moving in that direction. And certainly that would help municipal governments in moving forward, because there are plenty of municipalities who do want to move on this. But if most of the people who are turning out to the meetings and voting aren't in favor or aren't, they aren't there yet, we're not going to make much progress.
Yeah, and I would suggest that social media is not helping either. It's adding a new layer of not us, right? So just our members are struggling with this. To your point, only people who people who support things tend to stay home, but people who are opposed to things are very loud, even though they might be the minority and they show up. And so those are the types of tools our members are looking to, that we, from a municipal perspective, we get it. Diversity is very important. It's part of Maine. I mean, it's the future of Maine. We need to be a little less like we are now if we're going to succeed. So we're trying also to get our arms around it, and we want to be part of the solution. And I think for us, it's a give us options kind of approach.
Thank you. I think that to just chime in on the question, and you mentioned, Mr. Malechko, that I think part of changing the narrative is recognizing housing as a human right. We don't often see it that way in our discussions and in our policy discussions. And I do believe that there are forces across the country, I'm a part of a few of them, that are looking at doing exactly that, making sure that we look at housing as a human right. Because when we do that, it informs policy in a different way. I will also allow Commissioner Spalding to introduce herself. She came in right as our first presenter began.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heather Spalding, and I am Deputy Director of Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. And I'm sorry I didn't have the link at my disposal right away, so I'm sorry to have been late. I do have a quick question, if that's okay,
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you. Mr. Malechko, thank you so much for the presentation and all the research that you've done over the years. It's really impressive and really valuable for us. Last week, we had a presentation from the mayor of Auburn, which is one of our larger municipalities in the state. I think it's a population of about 23,000. And he was talking about quite a lot of acreage around the area that is grown up into trees, was once farmland, and there's zoning restrictions that prevent both farming on it or taking it back into farmland and development. And we want more people to come to Maine who are in the agricultural sector, who can afford housing. We want more land to be put back into agricultural production. And I'm just wondering if you have any good resources or suggestions for some of the the strategies that come up around housing for the agricultural sector. The example you gave of Falmouth was really interesting to see. And the mayor of Auburn last week was telling us that often people are hiding behind like farmland and environmental protection laws when what they're really trying to do is keep their high-end real estate protected for themselves.
Yeah, what you just referenced in the closing parts of your question is what I was going to say. I think it's worth saying a lot of elements of zoning laws are not necessarily all bad. I don't think the solution is doing away with zoning entirely. There's certainly, use open space provisions, for example, there's certainly good uses of preserving land for open space, but it's not a good thing when you preserve so much open space that you no longer have enough room for people to live and afford housing. And the same can be said for really any element of zoning laws and land use policy that you can weaponize essentially to purportedly achieve one objective, but really end up excluding people through inflated housing costs. I would say there's got to be some healthy balance. The answer isn't doing away with all agriculturally zoned land, but you need to have enough land and allowable density for the population that wants to live in an area and enjoy the opportunity that exists in an area. So it's not an either or, it's just a matter of allowing, I guess in the case of Falmouth, since I brought it up, allowing more densities and just more apartment construction to be built, even where it's allowed right now, could even make a difference. But there's certainly more resources, I'm sure, on that I just don't have at my fingertips at the moment.
Thank you. There are 3 more presentations and public comment. Commissioner Golek has a question.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm not sure you'll be able to answer it or not, but I'm going to jump back to local control for a moment. Local control is great, but it also has a history of being an effective mechanism for blocking racial equality and limiting forms of housing historically. So in your opinion, how much does that play a role in Maine, and would racial equity analysis being used in local communities with the housing development? Could it be a great tool to help create some equality surrounding the local control?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know the Maine context super well, but I would imagine that as I made reference to, homeowner opposition or just opposition from constituencies who are skeptical of development or increased density or a number of measures to curtail exclusionary zoning and its consequences. I would almost guarantee is a factor. A racial equity analysis I can certainly see as being a part of the solution. I'll mention that the Furman Center at New York University has recently been publishing some resources on a move to do this in New York City and to make racial equity part of land use decisions. And so before land use and zoning decisions are made, it's being informed by analyses of how it would impact racial and ethnic disparities and equality overall in the area. And so if you're interested in seeing how that might apply in Maine, I would direct you to the Furman Center resources for that in New York City. Obviously, the context in New York City is very different, but the framework itself could apply to other places, just like localities in Maine.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Palecho, can you spell the Furman part of center for us, please?
Yeah, Furman.
Thank you. And desegregate Connecticut is pretty straightforward. All right. Hillary,
Yeah,
do you have a note on those two things?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Maleshko before we move on to Mr. Freemark? I do not see any other hands raised. And so with that, thank you very much for beginning our day. Very well done. And we are appreciative of the fact that you will stay for the remainder of the afternoon. Next up is Mr. Yona Freemark from the Urban Institute. And we have at least seen his slide presentation, which is amazing in advance. And so I'm looking forward to him putting his voice to his art. Mr. Freemark, the Zoom is yours.
All right, thank you, Senator Hickman, and thank you, Matt, for your great presentation. As you said, Senator Hickman, some of my presentation may repeat some of what Matt suggested, but I hope for the most part, actually, they're complementary. I think that they tell similar but sort of complementary stories. So I'm gonna try to share my screen. Let's see, and I'm hoping that that works out for you all. Can I just get a thumbs up? Just make sure that people see the presentation.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to present to you today. I'm really gratified that the subject of zoning, its sometimes racist origins, and its racial consequences are of growing interest to policymakers nationwide, including in Maine. I want to thank Speaker of the House Ryan Fecteau and Senator Craig Hickman in particular for chairing this commission. I'm only sorry I'm not able to join you all in person, as I'm sure all of us are. So I'll be discussing this for about 30 minutes, and then I'm happy to answer questions whenever you all want. So just to introduce myself a little bit, I'm a senior research associate at the Urban Institute. I hold a PhD in urban studies from MIT, so not too far from Maine, and I have spent some nice time in Maine during my time in New England. And I've been writing and researching on issues related to urban planning for the last 13 years or so. So my research in general is focused on evaluating the impact of land use and transportation policy on the lives of people in communities throughout the United States. And I've conducted in-depth research on communities as diverse as Chicago, Paris, and Minneapolis. I'm currently the head of the Urban Institute's Fair Housing and Markets practice area, and also of the Land Use Lab at Urban, where we've been developing new research strategies and approaches to understanding how land use works. So the Urban Institute is a national nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization based in Washington. And our work connects strong research with actionable policies on the ground that are really designed to help improve quality of life in communities. That said, I want to say clearly that the presentation I'm giving today is based only on my research and should not be construed as representing the views of the Urban Institute as a whole, which does not take positions on issues. So today I'm hoping to contribute to your broader conversation in Maine about the historical role of race in zoning policy, in part by describing what we know about its origins, and in part by looking to policy approaches that can best ensure that state and municipal zoning laws do not serve as barriers to racial equity. So in this presentation, I'll begin by providing a broad level overview of zoning. I'll then discuss why zoning was developed, focusing in particular on ways in which its creation built off racist and classist views about who should live where and why, and this builds off some of what Matt described before. Next, I'll mention what we know about some of the consequences of zoning policy today, especially in terms of racial equality. And I'll conclude by discussing what we know about how zoning policy might serve as a useful mechanism for positive change in communities throughout the country. So let me begin with a brief overview of what we mean when we say zoning. I'm sure the members of the committee have a sense of this already, but I wanted to make sure to provide a useful overview first so we can make sure we're in the same place so you understand what I'm talking about. So here's a map of Portland, Maine again. So this is actually a zoom in on the map that Matt already showed. But this is the baseline zoning map of that city. And zoning is the mechanism by which virtually all communities now throughout the United States choose what sorts of buildings and activities are allowed in what parts of the community. So the baseline elements of the zoning code are the map and the text, often referred to as the zoning ordinance or land use code. So this is the zoning map for the city of Portland, Maine, or at least part of it. And the map and the text work together. Every part of the map, every part of the community is assigned a district according to the map. The text is used to determine two primary things. First, what types of uses are allowed in a particular district. And second, what scale and shape of buildings are allowed to be built in each type of district. Importantly, the zoning map and text largely apply to new construction or renovation. There are existing so-called non-conforming uses that are actually grandfathered in. So the zoning map does not necessarily apply to what's actually in place in a community. To give you an example, on this map of the peninsula in Portland, most of the area is shaded orange, meaning that it's in an R6 zone. So in R6 zones in Portland, a landowner could choose to build a single family house, a two-family house, an apartment building, a cemetery, a solar energy system, or several other things, all, quote, as of right, meaning without having to get special approval from the Planning Commission or the City Council. In that R6 zone, lots must be a minimum of 2,000 square feet. They must be at least 20 feet wide. New buildings on those lots must have setbacks of 20 feet from the street, only take up a maximum of 60% of the lot, and have a maximum height of 45 feet. So those are some, but not all of the requirements embedded in the zoning text. As you can see though, the zoning system does clarify what can be built and where. But zoning extends beyond just the zoning map and the zoning text, which are only the first among many interconnected elements of the zoning process. The zoning map and text define what is allowed to be built as of right, meaning without special authorization. As of right means landowners can be confident that if they have plans that conform to the zoning code, they won't have to go through too much difficulty to get their project underway. But as I alluded to, the zoning text has a number of requirements embedded in it that go beyond just the building use and form. For example, in the city of Portland, 1 parking space is required per housing unit. For restaurants, 1 parking space is required for every 150 square feet of floor area. That would mean about 27 spaces for a typical McDonald's. Many cities also include incentives in their zoning code. That might mean, for example, that a city allows a landowner to build more on their lot if they provide affordable housing on site. Yet that's just one part of the equation. The zoning text is just the beginning of a longer negotiation between local government and landowner about what should and can be allowed where. Cities have the ability to use their zoning in a flexible manner. For example, allowing landowners to do something that is not technically allowed in the code. That can be called a zoning variance or zoning change, or in some cases, a conditional use. This allows everyone flexibility when the code isn't perfect. Then there's the issue of zoning's administration. This means the people directly involved in zoning processes. For example, in Portland, there's a zoning administrator and zoning staff, both civil servants. Then there's the planning board, which approves the comprehensive plan and reviews major developments. Its members are political appointees. Then there's the zoning board of appeals, also made up of political appointees, which approves conditional uses and zoning variances. And finally, there's the elected city council and mayor chosen by the people, and which makes final legislative decisions. This is similar to the approach that most cities take to administering zoning. Finally, there are the procedures themselves, which is to say the actual processes landowners have to go through to get a project approved and built. This often involves significant feedback. If that was a lot, it's still just part of the overall zoning equation. Indeed, local zoning is ultimately constrained or even directed by state and federal regulations. Many states have detailed requirements for each city that develops a zoning code. And the federal government has detailed rules related to ensuring civil rights that local governments must abide by. Then there's the real estate market, which ultimately determines whether anything is built in the first place. Without an interest from investors, banks, and individuals, zoning has limited influence. There are many examples of cities that have zoned excitedly for major new developments and then seen nothing built, simply because there has not been adequate interest from investors in spending money in a particular community. Finally, there's the society at large, which is very much related to the elements of zoning, the state and federal regulations, and the real estate market. These are all inseparable issues. And highlighting society, meaning the feelings of people in places and the political and policy choices they make, is really important because it's at the base of much of the race-based discrimination we often see in our communities. So why have I gone into such detail about the ins and outs of all these elements of zoning? I think because it's really essential that we see zoning not just as a map and a text, but rather a comprehensive set of standards, procedures, and people set within this broader context in order to be able to address its limitations and potential problems. It's not enough, for example, simply to say that if a zoning district is changed to allow apartments, we can solve problems of racism and inadequate equity. It can go part of the way, but it's not enough. So we have this complex set of mechanisms that are used by communities throughout the country to determine what should be built where and how new buildings should look and act. The question is, why was zoning developed? What are the historical origins of this system of regulations? Why not simply allow landowners to do whatever they want with their land? I think the first point that I really want to make clear is that there's nothing new about the concept of a government planning a community. There is a mountain of history of government actors making choices about how a place should be laid out, such as in terms of streets and the location and even the look of buildings. Indeed, there's little evidence that there ever was a time in which governments were fully hands-off when it came to the planning of the urban environment. Take this example here of a Roman colony in Algeria built around 100 CE. Its grid of streets, uniform building type, monumental buildings, and the sort is an example of choices made by a group of city planners being executed on the ground. We should conceptualize modern zoning in many ways as continuing this tradition. Fundamentally, it is a tool by which governments make choices about how communities should be structured. That said, there is something relatively different about modern day zoning in the United States, which is to say that it is primarily structured around the idea of using a map and a zoning text to determine what should be built where. The origins of this type of zoning must be understood as based off concepts developed in Germany in the 1870s. At that time, some of the first zoning maps, which incorporated the concepts of zoning districts, allowed uses, and the sort, were implemented in cities like Frankfurt, which you see on the left side of the screen. By the early 1900s, as Matt discussed, some American cities started joining in. There was the Standard State Zoning Enabling Act, and that created the concept of the appointed planning commission and the master plan to be approved by local municipalities. And the movement towards zoning was exemplified most clearly by Euclid, Ohio, a suburb of Cleveland. And that's shown on the right here. Euclid's zoning code, which isn't all too different from the zoning codes in many American cities today, at least in concept, is important because it was taken up by the US Supreme Court in 1926. A developer named Ambler Realty wanted to use some of the land it owned to build industrial space, but the city of Euclid had zoned much of it to ban industrial uses. The Supreme Court ruled that the city had the right to use zoning as part of that government's police power to regulate uses. For the last century, cities nationwide have used that ruling to justify determining what types of uses are allowed where. So why were communities nationwide so interested in implementing zoning policies in the beginning of the 20th century? Why weren't they satisfied with allowing urban environments to simply be built up the way that landowners wanted? One big reason was that cities throughout the country were often quite crowded. Urban sociologists and political officials of the day believed that this sort of crowding was causing negative outcomes for residents, since people didn't have much access to private space. Their private space was in it itself poorly maintained. Most people didn't have access to plumbing, for example, and there wasn't much space for parks or anything of the sort. Relatedly, in the beginning of the 20th century, there was a growing perspective that the concept of mixing uses was in and of itself a problematic thing. From this perspective, allowing industrial or commercial uses to be placed adjacent to residential uses was a cause of much of the terrible pollution urban dwellers faced on a day-to-day basis. Since there were few controls on commercial enterprises at the time, this was a reasonable issue. People living in neighborhoods with factories did in fact get exposed to considerable air and water pollution that was actually problematic for their health. Together, these concerns encouraged political officials and burgeoning planning departments to pursue two tactics. First, they created controls on building size and height, often developing ways to prevent people from constructing large buildings. And in many cases, they allowed little other than single-family homes. Second, they created controls on the mixing of uses. In so doing, they often made it impossible for landowners to include retail at the bottom of buildings or to place a restaurant next to a home. This change went against centuries of tradition in urban environments of allowing mixed uses throughout communities, including in many places in Maine and throughout the United States. Each of these changes was made more feasible by the growth first in streetcar networks and then in car ownership and public investment in roads. As people were able to travel longer distances, they no longer needed to be in walking distance of everything they needed. So decrowding and demixing became perceived as reasonable. If attempting to control crowding and pollution seem reasonable enough today as motivations to implement zoning, not everything that political officials undertook in the name of zoning was justifiable from an ethical perspective. Indeed, there is historical evidence that some of the earliest zoning laws were implemented specifically with racist motivations. In the late 1800s in California, for example, anti-Chinese sentiment inspired local governments in cities like San Francisco and Bakersfield to pass laws banning laundries from certain parts of communities. These bans were inspired by the fact that laundries were largely owned by Chinese people. The net effect was encouraging people of Chinese background to have to live and work in certain ghettoized communities. Though the Supreme Court ruled in 1886 that these largely anti-laundry laws were racially discriminatory and thus unconstitutional, many other similar laws, also inspired by classist or racist mentalities, actually did see the light of day and did not get ruled out by the Supreme Court. Indeed, when discussing whether to implement zoning policies, local governments often used unsubstantiated but ultimately discriminatory claims to justify banning the construction of apartment buildings and the mixing of land uses. To argue for San Diego to implement a zoning plan, for example, supposed experts in sociology claimed that people could not live normal lives in apartments. The argument, which belied centuries of successful life in apartment buildings, was based on the idea that only the single-family home surrounded by a yard and with individual space provided for each family, would encourage good morals among the populace. They claimed that crime was being caused by people living in such buildings, especially those located in communities where residential buildings were adjacent to businesses, factories, and the like. These arguments were based on what is referred to as environmental determinism, the idea that the physical makeup of the community would ultimately determine how law-abiding and moralistic a society would become. They were also made up in both classic and racist, since the people who lived in apartments were more likely to be low income and more likely to be people of color. Nevertheless, the argument was politically successful. City after city, backed by state after state, chose to zone for single-family homes and single-family homes only in much of their geographies. I want to pause here briefly to note that zoning was hardly something imposed only by ruthless, classist, and racist government officials. The reality is that many of the most vicious elements of the early history of zoning in the United States were directly inspired by members of the real estate market. In places like Berkeley, California, the developer Duncan McDuffie worked with the city to zone a new neighborhood called Claremont Court for only single-family homes in 1960, possibly the first instance of this type of zoning. McDuffie, not satisfied with the municipal regulation, went on to include racial covenants that prevented any of the homes he built from being sold or rented to people of color. Racist and classist policies were also supported by the voting public, which supported such policies being implemented by city councils nationwide. Of course, the voting public was limited to men until 1920, and from the perspective of voting, much of the US was arguably a white supremacist state until the 1965 passage of the Voting Rights Act. So the quote public that approved of problematic zoning regimes was hardly representative of the public at large. The use of racial covenants was extremely widespread and legal until the Supreme Court ruled in 1948 in Shelley versus Kramer that such contracts were unconstitutional. And only in 1968, with the Fair Housing Act, did the US Congress actually officially ban the practice. But I should say that there are plenty of homes out there today that still have racial covenants actually attached to that real estate. They just have never been eliminated. I'm sure there are thousands of homes like that in Maine, which they cannot be enforced, but it is an interesting commentary on the sort of continuation of racial policies over time. So at the same time, both the government and the real estate industry colluded to reinforce racial and class segregation through a mix of credit systems and zoning. The government and banks created maps of communities rated based on their score. These are some maps of the Boston area. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to find maps of Portland, Maine, or any area in Maine, but this is a close area in Boston. So here's some quotes the government officials used to describe the red line neighborhoods, those that are shown in red here, and that they described as unfit for loans. Quote, houses used primarily for rooming houses or housing purposes. A few scattered singles have been converted to apartments. There is scattered business throughout the area. Negro heavily concentrated north of Ruggles Street on the west side of Washington. Jewish centered near Columbus Square. On the other hand, here are some quotes officials used to describe the neighborhoods fit for loans in green. Quote, many large estates. This is the most high-class section in Boston proper. The financial position of the occupants is much that automobiles provide ready access to all communities. In other words, the government and real estate investors were making their preferences perfectly clear. Single-family communities with wealthy and white inhabitants were fit for investment. Those with people of color and with families living in apartments near businesses were not. The net effect was that communities had an incentive, if they wanted to attract investment, to create communities that were lily white and high income. Anything else would be decline. So the net impact of promotion of a certain type of community has resulted in cities across the country that now reflect the ideals put forward in the early 1900s. Today, in most American cities, big, small, or medium in size, most residential land continues to be zoned only for single-family homes. The effect of this sort of zoning is that most neighborhoods have no diversity of housing stock. If you want to live in a particular place, you have only one option: to live in a single family zone. The rise of single family home zoning has been associated with a number of other trends. Single family zoning has encouraged people to drive, since homes, jobs, and recreational opportunities are located far from one another, certainly not within walking distance. It has been associated with social trends. Whiter and wealthier people moved in large numbers out of large cities, taking advantage of new single-family homes built in suburban or exurban locales far from the city center. In so doing, they encourage businesses and quality public services to move with them, since those require taxpayer funds. And it has been associated with real estate market trends, as certain communities become less and less affordable, since only relatively expensive single-family homes are available. So we've made it thus far. I've tried to give an overview of how zoning came to be. As I've discussed, there is considerable evidence that zoning policies were implemented for racist and classist reasons. Even if American society has to some degree become a little more accepting and hopefully less racist, the net effects of those zoning policies have been reinforced over time. We still live in cities designed as if it is essential to stop crowding and pollution, even though the vast majority of urban businesses produce virtually no air pollution, and even though people have significantly more space available in their homes than ever before. There is no evidence for the argument that families can't raise children successfully in apartments, nor a demonstration of the fact that single-family homes will somehow be negatively affected by apartments next door. Even so, single-family home districts predominate, and a mix of uses is virtually unfathomable in most places. What are some of the consequences of this? So zoning land only for single-family homes has several negative effects. For one, it keeps out a large share of the population that cannot afford the costs of living in a single-family home. That means it encourages the creation of segregated, exclusive communities where people who can only afford to live in an apartment are not allowed in. Single-family only zoning also limits the ability of people who simply want to age in place to stay there. Not all older people want to continue having to maintain an entire home. In neighborhoods with single-family homes only, and with little within walking distance, encourage car use, as I said. Finally, zoning codes are processed through a regulatory system that is burdensome. In order to get a new building approved other than a single-family home, like an accessory dwelling unit or a multifamily building, developers and homeowners must go through complicated, expensive, and multi-stage processes. In many cases, there are layers upon layers of public meetings to discuss what needs to be done, which makes it harder to make change in neighborhoods with wealthier and often whiter homeowners. One of the major impacts of zoning that limits the ability to build much more than single-family homes is that housing construction is much more difficult than it used to be. Since the 1970s, as Matt alluded to, we've seen a spectacular decline in the number of housing units under construction throughout the country. Indeed, we built half as many units per capita in the 2010s as we did in the 1960s through 1980s. We actually built more housing in the 1960s overall than we did in the 2010s, despite the country having 140 million more residents. In other words, we're simply not responding to the demand out there for people to have safe, comfortable, and affordable places to live. One type of housing that we've been particularly bad at building over the past half century is what some people refer to as missing middle housing. So this can go from duplexes to courtyard buildings to townhomes and triplexes, as illustrated in the middle of this diagram here. And these used to be much more common throughout neighborhoods like downtown Portland. Unfortunately, we've been building fewer and fewer of these types of houses over time. So in the 1970s and 80s, buildings with 2 to 4 units accounted for 6% of the overall of new units being built throughout the country. And remember, back then, we had a lot more housing being built overall. In the 2010s, this type of missing middle housing accounts for only about 1% of all units built. That's a big problem for affordability on the private market, because these units are often those that are most affordable as compared with high rises or single family homes. Housing construction has also been inequitable in terms of where it's located. Private developers coming into communities in many parts of the US do not invest equally in all neighborhoods. In fact, low-income communities are often targeted with disinvestment meaning developers do not want to build in. This in turn creates a vicious cycle. Low-income communities, especially those with many people of color, become filled with homes that are poorly maintained. People there pay too much money for bad quality housing, and there's little motivation for property owners to invest to improve those homes because there's so little housing on the market overall. At the same time, those communities decline with respect to jobs, public services, education, and other priorities. Nor have we invested adequate resources in affordable housing, as this graph shows. So per capita, the number of deeply subsidized housing in the United States has actually declined since the early 1990s. This means there's less investment for low-income folks to have affordable, comfortable new housing units to live in. And to make matters worse, on the private market, many landlords refuse to take Section 8 housing vouchers, which can help low-income people afford private market housing. Together, these outcomes have produced a major challenge throughout the United States, which is that there's a major affordability problem, and our zoning system contributes to the problem. Most low-income families either don't make enough to afford paying rent or own a home, or the opposite. The cost of rent or buying a home is too expensive for them based on their income. Of the 12 million very low-income families in the United States, about a fifth of them are getting housing affordable to them on the private market. 6 million of them, or more than half, shown in orange, are paying too much for housing, which means they can't afford other priorities like healthcare and food. So unfortunately, the situation is actually getting even worse. Between 2011 and 2017, the number of cheap rental housing units available in the country declined by 4 million units. That's a 17% drop. In other words, if housing options were already limited, they're becoming increasingly less so. These problems of housing affordability are not evenly distributed across the population. Instead, they're focused on the lowest income members of our society, especially those who are non-white. For example, Black and Hispanic families are much more likely to be renters than their white peers, as this chart shows. Moreover, those Black and Hispanic families who live in rental housing have lower incomes, less wealth, and are less likely to have jobs. In other words, all of the problems with housing affordability are especially an issue for them. Indeed, when researchers at Urban Institute have examined data on how people of different backgrounds feel about their ability to afford the cost of housing, we found some really troubling trends. First of all, about a quarter of renters in the United States sometimes or often have trouble paying rent, and that's true across ethnicities. If rents go up, these problems of not being able to pay will go up. And Black and Hispanic households, again, are most at risk from these situations. The difficulty of paying rent for many also means that they may be more likely to face eviction. Black renters are particularly vulnerable to evictions in many parts of the United States. In Maine, Black female renters had eviction charges filed against them at more than 2 times the rate as white renters, a condition we have seen in several other states across the country, as shown in orange on this map. The eviction moratorium in many parts of the country during COVID relieved this problem to some degree, but it's likely to come back with a vengeance now that the eviction moratorium has come to an end. So when we think about the overall conditions in American cities today, including restrictive zoning codes, limited construction, low investment in affordable housing, and rising real estate prices, we end up with the situation we have today, which is that many members of our society have been restricted in terms of their access to opportunity. What that means is that low-income families and people of color often have less ease in accessing public services, jobs, educational opportunities, and other essential needs. And the reality is that our public policies have encouraged this limited access for people. Our housing policies have made it more difficult for many people to live in safe, convenient, affordable neighborhoods. The consequence is that inequities between people of different races and different classes increase, and so does segregation. Building access to opportunity for more people must be a top public policy priority. And previous studies have shown that giving low-income families the ability to live in neighborhoods with greater access to opportunities is going to increase income, it's going to reduce incarceration, it's going to make amenities like jobs more available, and it's going to improve mental and physical health outcomes for the people affected. So what opportunities do we have to address these problems? What's the opportunity for a state like Maine to go about this? The first thing I would say is that we need to think about all the elements of zoning in this. We need to think beyond just the zoning map and the zoning code, but we also need to think about reducing the difficulty of getting an exception to standard zoning and develop new administrative approaches that prioritize the views and needs of the most marginalized members of our society, not just those with the most wealth and other privileges. In cities across the country, there is new momentum for altering zoning codes to encourage more housing affordability, to increase housing construction, and to increase access to opportunity. So places like Minneapolis have reconsidered their zoning codes to ensure that their land use plans correspond to their goals of increasing racial and economic equity. California and Oregon are passing state requirements that ensure new municipalities can't zone out for apartments and affordable housing. By creating new coalitions, reconsidering what's allowed in the law, and altering zoning, many of these challenges we discussed related to housing can be addressed. Though, as Matt pointed out, there are a lot of reasons to believe that the specific design of these zoning changes is really important and may actually affect whether these have positive outcomes overall and the degree to which they are short-term versus long-term in their effectiveness. One key way to move in a positive direction, especially related to other aspects of zoning than just the code itself, is to cut the red tape related to zoning review. This could be an alteration advanced at the state level and required for all municipalities. Cities have an opportunity to set new zoning principles that widen what is determined as part of the basic zoning framework. This means letting people go ahead and build housing where it's possible without forcing them to go through many layers of bureaucracy. It also means preventing individual neighborhoods from vetoing new multifamily housing, and especially affordable housing, just because they aren't used to it. Another great way to support increased housing construction and increased housing affordability is to increase allowed density of neighborhoods throughout a community. This might mean, for example, state requirements about reducing required setbacks between buildings, allowing taller buildings on smaller lots, allowing accessory dwelling units, and allowing multifamily units like 2 to 4 missing middle housing in single family home neighborhoods. Overall, this can allow for an increase in the diversity of housing options. And a specific focus of local zoning must be on identifying frameworks that boost affordability. Some examples of this could include inclusionary zoning, which Matt talked a lot about, giving developers the right to build more in exchange for providing some affordable housing on site. It could also mean eliminating parking requirements, thus reducing the construction costs of new housing, and identifying and then disposing publicly owned land so they can be used specifically for the construction of new affordable housing in urban areas. So all of this should be done within the context of thinking seriously about the role of race in local land use policy. We need to be aware of the fact that a policy that only engages market-based solutions and that allows wealthier and whiter communities to exclude can have the tendency to unfairly place the brunt of change on lower income and minority communities. It can also reinforce segregation and limit opportunity for the most vulnerable people. This list shown here points to some of the additional changes that can be made to recenter the importance of race in zoning reforms. We can amp up our commitment to enforcing fair housing laws, renew our commitment to public subsidies, create new tenant protections to prevent displacement, and engage the community in our decisions. Together, we can produce housing policy that increases affordability, that increases construction, and that increases equity. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Mr. Freemark, for your presentation. Excellent job. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Freemark? Commissioner Cooper-Ryder.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I just wanted to say that I think both this and the prior presentation will be tremendous educational tools for our local municipalities. So we thank you for sharing them with us and making them available. I did have a specific question about your slide on the shrinking affordable housing stock.
Sure.
I'm wondering if you can say whether that is because the rental prices have gone up so they're no longer available, or the stock has reached the end of its economic life, or a combination of both. But we talk a lot about the age of our housing stock in Maine and about how old it is compared to the housing stock in other parts of the country.
So I'm going to take off my glasses and see the reflection.
Excuse me 1 second. I
Yeah.
don't want to interrupt, but I do want to ask you, Mr. Freemark, if you would stop sharing your screen.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you.
See if I can figure that out.
There we go.
Okay. Is that better?
That's wonderful.
All right. So you asked about the shrinking stock of affordable housing. So there are a few different issues we need to keep in mind when we talk about affordable housing. So one is that there's a difference between publicly subsidized affordable housing and private market, what's called naturally occurring affordable housing. So let me first talk about the first half. So publicly subsidized affordable housing. So unfortunately, at the federal level, which provides most of the support for affordable housing in the United States, the subsidies that are provided through the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program and the Public Housing Program and the Project-Based Housing Program have declined over time and have not kept up with population growth in the United States. At the same time, we have a program called the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, which provides for a lot of new construction of affordable housing. But unfortunately, that program began in 1986, and a lot of the projects that were initially funded then are reaching the end of their guaranteed affordability period, which is 30 years. So essentially what we're running into is a situation where we really need to start finding new mechanisms to fund government affordable housing, or the very low income of our housing affordability spectrum is going to face a lot of challenges in the coming years. So hopefully, the federal government will be able to provide some of that, but states and cities have actually been able to do some of that in other parts of the country. So that's one side of the equation. Then there's the other side of the equation, which is the naturally occurring affordable housing side. And the reason for reduction in affordability in that stock, I think is multiple. So one of them is that there's less housing stock per capita. So there's a supply and demand problem. Fundamentally, like we have more people and we're not building as much housing to sort of make up for the number of people that we're moving in. And so we have more competition for the same housing. Another is that investment in housing as literally an investment has expanded over time. It has become more of something that Americans place, partially because of government reasons like the mortgage interest tax deduction. We've encouraged people to invest their savings in housing as the primary mechanism by which to do so. And that's encouraged a property investment in the housing market, which has been one of the explanations for an increase in housing costs. And then there's the simple fact that I alluded to, which is that more affordable forms of housing are not being built. So for various reasons, we're not building those 2 to 4 units of housing, which actually are much more affordable on average than single family homes or condo buildings. And the result is that, again, the market is kind of like crowding out the units that otherwise might be affordable to people.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the commission for Mr. Freemark? Commissioner Levine, is your hand up there, sir?
It is, thanks. I wanted to really point out how great it is that you acknowledge it wasn't just zoning, that a lot of it is the rest of the process. And in Maine, the site plan review process, it isn't really technically fully part of zoning. I mean, how big a part of the puzzle is that, the idea that you might read the zoning and say, hey, I can do multifamily here, but when you actually try to do it, you realize, I mean, is that a common problem?
Yes, it is absolutely a common problem. So, it's very much dependent on the state and the community. There's some places like San Francisco where virtually no housing can be built as of right without having to go through the review process. It really depends on what the community has decided as the needed review period for things. One thing that you often see in communities is that multi-family uses are placed as conditional uses within certain districts, which means that they're sort of allowed as of right, but they have to go through this process. And that process often can involve community members getting upset. It involves notifications going to the surrounding neighborhoods, and it involves, generally some barriers to making these projects move forward as quickly as you would like. And those are issues that we have to address in addition to the like as of right issue. But one thing I do want to point out is that despite the fact that zoning has been around for a century, the research on the specific ways that zoning attributes, including the review process and the specific elements of the as of right code, actually influence outcomes is at its formative stage. We are literally just now starting to get good research out about exactly which elements of the zoning code are causing which problems. And we can only say the sort of like most high level things about what the connection is between the two. So I don't want to answer in a way that overestimates one specific area of the zoning code versus another as the cause of housing affordability problems.
Do you have any sense of if it's a staff level review versus a public process with a board, how different that is? Because in my experience, there's a big difference in terms of how it impacts a project.
So that's a great question. Actually, we are beginning research in Louisville right now at the Urban Institute to look at that specific question, because there's been a lot of research into the role that public review has on preventing affordable or apartment buildings from being built in certain communities. But there's very little known about the way that the discretionary review that occurs within planning departments happen. And so what we're going to be doing is trying to actually suss out the differences there and whether, you know, certain planning departments may be acting in different ways. But what we suspect based on anecdotal evidence is that planning departments act differently, and that some planning departments may have staff that are actually really excited about actually moving forward and allowing people to build more housing if it fits within conditional uses and things of that sort. And other staff in other communities are much more opposed to it. So it's often hard to compare communities one-on-one, even though they may say the exact same thing in their codes.
I'll definitely keep an eye on that research. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Pingree, did you have a question or was it answered?
I started to answer it. I mean, I think the question, and that was a great presentation. Thank you very much for both of them. I mean, I think we're all looking for the models, and I think your answer is really there's no right one. I know Minneapolis, as you mentioned, has certainly started on a pathway and maybe did it sort of first, one of the first bigger cities. So it's sort of, where are we starting to see success? I know Matt talked about some activity in New Jersey, which has sort of been slow. So it's kind of the market, it's funding, and then it's zoning policy. So it sort of speaks broadly, but again, we're always looking for what do we do and how do we do it? And what do we think will have the greatest impact? So I don't know if you have any further comments on that.
Yeah, so I definitely want to agree with you that we as a sort of research community and as a policymaking community need more evidence to really be able to answer that question clearly. You know, you can look at a place like Minneapolis and say, well, actually, despite the fact that it has been sort of discussed as a national model, as far as I know, they've actually only approved 30 duplexes or triplexes in their single family communities since that zoning change was approved. And in my own research in Chicago, as Matt pointed to, you know, I actually found that there's concerns about people having rents go up or displacement in certain cases if the reform is not done right. So there are a lot of reasons to be concerned. Now, I think I agree with Matt in that I do not think that should mean we should stop trying to look for ways to reform our zoning codes. What is clear to me and obvious is that if we have zoning codes that primarily are about single family housing only, we have a fundamental problem, which is that literally you can't build other things. And it's literally that simple. And I can't really, you know, get into more, I can't say it more clearly than it's, if you can't build more than single family zoning, you're going to have a problem with housing construction. That said, I think that the models out there are ones that take seriously racial and class issues as core to the question of zoning reform. And I think that's one of the reasons I was really excited to see the title of this commission. I feel like there's an acknowledgement that land use change is not just about the market, the real estate market operating as this sort of thing that is going to do what it's going to do. No, it has a lot to do with our society. And the reality is that the real estate market acting alone is going to produce racist and classist outcomes. So we need to create reforms that keep that in mind. And so there are a number of ways that I think are promising, though not guaranteed. So one of them is saying, for example, if you have a community where there are existing low-income renters in different types of housing stock, there be provisions made to ensure that they be able to remain in that housing without having substantial increases in rent, even if redevelopment is allowed to occur in that neighborhood. And what that can do is allow lower income people to remain in a neighborhood, even when that neighborhood is undergoing construction and things of that sort. So that's one idea. Another idea is increasing support for people who are facing eviction, to provide them counseling against eviction and provide them support, which could mean monetary support. A third is making sure that we have home ownership building opportunities provided for people of relatively low income, and especially people of color. In work that we're doing in the Twin Cities, actually, we're finding that Black families are seeing dramatic and really devastating declines in homeownership rates. And that's true across the country, including in Maine, which should suggest that there is something very wrong with our housing market right now. So I just think it's very important that, without saying exactly what the right reform is, I think it's important to say that any reform that you do needs to keep in mind that there might be effects that are specifically about low-income people, specifically about people of color, and that if you don't take that seriously as part of the writing of the code, then you may actually end up producing detrimental effects for them.
Thank you.
Sorry, I feel like I'm on the soapbox there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fremont, for that. Your slide on the demographics of folks who are having trouble with rent is pretty stark. Yeah. Black people in Maine, according to your slide, are just in an awful place. Speaker Fecto has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fremont, I feel like you were you talked about this briefly. I think it would be helpful to have you expand upon the point, but you mentioned the importance or the significance of single-family homes in terms of people's retirement. I mean, it is largely the way in which people retire in today's world, right? You buy a home, that's your investment, it builds equity and so forth. And that has, what you sort of talked about a little bit was obviously zoning historically was used as a way of making sure that people of color were not able to live in single family homes primarily. And so you have this exchange of wealth between one group of people, and not just people of color, but also different classism that takes root as well. So people who don't have the ability to afford a single family home will never be able to afford a single family home. Can you talk a little bit more about that, and how we can be mindful about that, and what action can be taken to sort of address that issue?
Well, frankly, I think you stated it pretty well yourself. So I don't want to oversay my own views on this directly, but I think the issue that we run into in our society is that we have a vicious cycle of negative consequences for people who are vulnerable, and it's hard to get out of that vicious cycle. And so you name some of the ways that could work. So if we have a society where it's already hard for low-income people and for people of color to actually buy a home, especially a home in a community where there's market demand for homes and where there's jobs and other opportunities, then those people end up not being able to build wealth through the primary mechanism that in American society we've decided we should be building wealth with, which is owning a home. And so the result is that as whiter and wealthier people are investing in homes, are buying homes, and are then able to use those homes as equity when they want to sell them off or sell them to someone else or retire, the people of color and low-income people who were never able to buy the homes are not able to sell the homes because they haven't been able to build wealth in that way. And as a consequence, they are not able to pass on wealth to their family members. They're not able to retire in comfort. And in essence, the society becomes more unequal over time. And so, when you're looking at explanations for why inequality in the United States has been rising over the last few decades, one clear explanation is that distribution of wealth in homeownership has been increasingly unequal over time. So as I noted, Black families in the United States are less likely to own a home now than they were in 2000. So what does that say about the sort of direction we're heading in as a society? Now, a lot of people out there suggest that, this is why we need reparations. If you're not able to start with a certain base of wealth, you're kind of, part of my French, screwed in the society that is based on being able to pass on wealth from one another. So, I think I'll leave it there.
Senator Pouliot.
Thank you very much, Senator Hickman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So a couple things. First, thank you for these presentations, very helpful. One of the things that I struggle with as a legislator and have for quite some time is a lot of the research that's done based on national trends and other parts of the country are more focused on more densely populated urban areas. Both of your presentations brought information about Portland, which is 69 square miles of the 35,000 plus square miles that is the state of Maine. And so how do we, as policymakers, balance the different trends that emerge among more urban areas of the state, which by national standards are still quite small in terms of population and density, along with the vast area that is Maine. There was a comment that was made by Matt about Surrey, Maine, a very small town. I thought that was great that you brought that up. But I guess how do we handle that disparity? And there's always been this tale of two Maines, between the urban and rural areas. How do we create policy that reflects that?
Yeah, so that's a wonderful question. And I think that's where actually what Matt pointed to in the Connecticut example, desegregate Connecticut, is really exciting because it's looking at literally the entire state. And Connecticut is not as rural as Maine is, but it does include many rural areas. And so there's an exciting move in Connecticut to be thinking holistically about what land use changes should look like that don't just revolve around the densest urban areas. And I would also recommend you follow the work that they're doing, look at their website, see what sort of policies they're suggesting. One thing I would say is that we are, if we're limited on the amount of data we have about the way that land use regulations affect urban land markets, we are even more limited on our ability to understand the way that land use regulations affect rural land markets. So this is not to say we should give up now and say that this is all impossible. It is to say that this is why we are, at the Urban Institute, and I'm sure at Princeton and other places, there's an incredible interest in trying to expand our land use research to understand these dynamics and really get into the details of what's going on. But it does mean that when I say things about land use regulations, they are almost always based on research that is done in urban areas. So that's my primary response to you. But the second thing I would say is that there has been some research on the use of what's called downzoning, which is basically going in the opposite direction of what we've been talking about, which is making it more difficult to build housing. So going from, for example, allowing one house per acre to allowing one house per 10 acres. And those studies often do actually involve rural areas because those downzoning approaches are often used as a way to preserve agricultural land or preserve rural areas. And I think one of the commissioners actually asked about this a few minutes ago. Those studies suggest that the net impact of downzoning in areas that are predominantly agricultural or rural are that actually the amount of construction is similar, it's just less dense over time. So what's going to happen is that you may not actually end up with the protection of rural and agricultural land that you wanted. You may actually end up with more spread out homes on the periphery or even in very far rural areas compared to what you might see if you actually allowed people to build relatively more densely in those rural areas. So I can point you to some studies in that in an email, but they've been done in places like New Jersey and in Maryland where such efforts have been undertaken. And I would just suggest that those approaches have not been successful in achieving the pro-agricultural qualities that we might hope.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Brennan has returned, and before he left, his hand was up. Do you still have a question, sir?
Thank you, Senator. My apologies. My computer did an automatic reboot on me just as I raised my hand.
I thought that was
And it may not be as relevant, but I just wanted to go back. Commissioner Cooper Ryder had asked a question about the decline in the stock and the two reasons that were given. Fortunately, in Maine, one of them, the loss of tax credit developments that have been built and financed in Maine, we've been able to retain a vast majority of that just due to the way that both our agency and others have financed them. There's been tremendous runoff in other states, but just for the benefit of the rest of the commission, we haven't experienced that. Clearly, the naturally occurring loss of stock is huge. And Mr. Premar, thank you so much. What a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, and that's real. I'm just really happy
Any
to do
other
that.
questions from the commissioners for Mr. Fremar? Seeing no other questions, it is 5 minutes to 3. We have 2 more presentations planned. One will take us to specific Maine history. I saw that Mr. O'Brien told us he's got a map of some zoning that we could see from the past. His historic presentation of Maine, specific to Maine, will take us up to the civil rights movement. And if we are lucky, we will hear from Mr. Williams afterwards from the National Fair Housing Alliance, who is going to be focused on solutions. That was his promise, but he is in New Orleans and may have trouble being here at all today. We hope that he can call in. He was here. I don't see him now. We are going to take a stretch break, however, before we move on, because we have to give our eyes a break as well from these computer screens. They get a little bit much. So let's come back at 3:04, which will give us 8 minutes to stretch, take a break, and I will see you then. I'm going to go dark until 3:04. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, from our break. It's 3:04. I like to do things oddly instead of 3:05. Here we are. 8 minutes was a good amount of time. People will trickle in, I am sure, but since we do have a full day completely ahead of us still, we're going to move to Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Andy O'Brien from the AFL-CIO, who is a renowned historian here in Maine, and he's going to present on this issue based in Maine. And the Zoom is yours, sir.
All right. Thank you, Senator Hickman. So I decided to basically frame this as a brief history of racism and discrimination in Maine from the colonial era to about 1970. When I was researching the civil rights in Maine, I was curious what my employer, the Maine AFL-CIO, was up to. And they were very much engaged in supporting civil rights legislation as it pertained to segregation in the South. But there was kind of an ignorance about how discrimination was going on in Maine. And actually, a lot of them believe, well, it's not a problem because there aren't any Black people in Maine. Well, that wasn't true then. And it's never been true, really, since colonization. And so I thought I'd talk a little bit about, to give you a context of, how the concept of race and later these discriminatory policies evolved. So, race as a category was very much tied to the development of our economic system. And in the South, they had the plantation system, and it was heavily reliant on slave labor. And race became the justification for that. And it was also feared at that time, in the late 1600s, that poor whites and indentured servants and Black African slaves would unite and overthrow the colonial elites, which is what happened in a rebellion, of Bacon's rebellion in 1675. And so from that, they created the Virginia Slave Codes of 1705, which kind of helped create this the institution of racialized slavery. And so in Maine, there were about 500 to 600 enslaved people from Africa or descended from Africans in the colonial period. So, if you figure there was about 12,000 people in Maine in 1741, there was about 600, maybe 5% of the population. And it's important to recognize that, like, the economy of colonial New England was very much built on slavery in many ways. Obviously the land on which the economy developed was previously indigenous land, and Maine engaged in the triangular trade route. We built the ships that held slaves. Captains from Maine piloted the ships, and they brought in enslaved people to the West Indies and traded it for sugar, and then brought to the distilleries in Portland and in the rest of New England. The most well-known colonial era slave owner was William Pepperell of Kittery. And he imported slaves to Maine from the West Indies. And as you can see, this is a receipt here for one Negro woman consigned to William Pepperell. And so one of the things I found when I was researching him is a message sent from the Pepperell firm to the slave dealer in 1719. One Negro woman marked Y on the left breast died after 3 weeks after her arrival, in spite of medical aid, which I procured. All the rest died at sea. So Mainers were very much engaged in the slave trade in those days. And slavery was very much the same as it was in the rest of the country or in the colonies. I found one instance of a Kittery man named Nathaniel Keene beat his slave Rachel to death in 1695 and was only charged with cruelty and not murder, and was fined £5. So they had no rights, and that was kind of how the system was set up. And Maine was also very engaged in textile manufacturing. It was a huge part of our economy, particularly in the 19th century. And you can see from this ad for the Continental Mills in Lewiston that it was very well known and recognized in even their advertisements that our mills were powered with slave labor, in a sense. That's where we got the cotton. And some of them produced Negro cloth for slave owners to clothe enslaved people. I also found this ad for a runaway enslaved person from the Boston Post Boy, which was a very early newspaper. It was a two-sided newspaper, just thick with text. But in the end, in the advertisements from this January 25th, 1748 issue, there's an advertisement for reward for the capture of an escaped enslaved man named Pompey of Berwick, Maine. And it says in there, in the ad, ran away from Ichabod Goodwin of Berwick, a Negro named Pompey, a short, thick fellow, had a homespun doubt breast, light collar jacket with pewter buttons. One of his ears was cut. And he went with a white boy. There was a reward of £4. Later, about a year later, he was captured shortly after. And then a year later, another ad was put in the Boston Post Boy for a reward for somebody to find Pompey. And it mentioned that he had pot hooks on him, which was a type of slave collar with prongs extending inward, and it made it very difficult to move or lie down. And this, what I found interesting about this, and is what historian Patricia Wall found, what she observed is that the mention of the pot hooks, without any sort of description of what it was, basically implied that most people would have known what that was. So it was probably a pretty common device used in the colonial era in Maine and New England. The settlers of Black settlers of Maine, they came, brought on slave ships, but there were also a number of settlers, Black settlers who fought in the American Revolution and came up here and founded free Black colonies after the American Revolution. And but mostly it was white settlers from Massachusetts who came. In many ways, Mainers who came here from Massachusetts came for the free land. They believe that they fought in the Indian Wars to conquer the indigenous tribes, and they fought in the American Revolution, and they were owed their own piece of land. And there were a few exceptions. There were some Black families that came. One of them was a man named London Addis, who founded a free Black colony in Machias. He was owned by the first minister of Machias, and after he fought in the Revolution, he was freed. And then there was another colony, free Black colony in Warren, out near my place here in Rockland, called Peterborough. And that was founded by a man named Amos Peters and a woman named Sarah Peters, who was kidnapped from Guinea and sold by a Damariscotta captain to another captain in Warren. And she actually, in 1782, there were a number of different lawsuits against the institution of slavery in New England, because Maine was part of Massachusetts at the time. And these formerly enslaved people argued their cases on the basis that slavery was not, did not comply with the Massachusetts Constitution. And so they said that, the provision in the Constitution that said all men are created equal meant that slavery was illegal, and they won their cases. And one of those people won their case was Sarah Peters. And so this is the farming community of Peterborough. It no longer exists, but Oh, and I just wanted to say that that woman in the picture before is Elizabeth Friedman, otherwise known as Mum Betts, and she was a Massachusetts woman who sued for her freedom. And that's what followed all of these other cases where other enslaved people throughout New England and Maine sued for their freedom. And so, you know, these farming families, Black farming families did, you know, lived like a lot of Mainers at the time. You know, they dug gravel, they farmed, they sold wood to local lime kilns. And it grew. It grew into a pretty large mixed race colony. But gradually over time, towards after the Civil War, and a lot of them fought in the Civil War, there was a backlash following Reconstruction towards local African Americans. And historian Kate McMahon, who's actually doing a great presentation next week with the Maine Historical Society on the history of slavery in Maine, looked at the colony of Peterborough and found that there was a lot of animosity from white Mainers because of the decline of various industries at that time. There was a number of economic depressions, so there weren't a lot of job opportunities, and they faced discrimination, you know, and scapegoating sometimes. A lot of employers were hesitant to hire Black Mainers. Many of the residents of Peterborough showed up on the pauper rolls. And so then the town people in town probably resented them because everybody could see who was on the poor rolls for the town, and they had to support them. And by the end of, by 1936, and this is basically by the end of the stretch of Peterborough when a lot of the residents left, Warren held a bicentennial, and they did a pageant for about Peterborough, and they basically it was basically a minstrel show where they played minstrel songs, and people were dressed in blackface, and there were the residents of Peterborough seeing white people act out their own history, and so you could see how you could see how the attitudes had changed. If you read the writings before the Civil War, writings about the residents of Peterborough were much more respectful. And this followed, and then attitudes hardened after the Civil War and Reconstruction. This followed a national upsurge in racism that happened after Reconstruction. On the back of on the photo on the left is a postcard. It says N-word town. So that's what everybody around in Warren and Maine referred to it as. And I actually found one evidence in this book, Maine's Visible Black History, which I recommend everybody read when they get a chance. There was actually an anecdote from a white resident who was angered because Central Maine Power, she lived on the edge of the settlement, and Central Maine Power listed her address as N-word town. And that was, you know, probably in the 40s or 50s. So it was, they didn't make those names illegal until the late 70s in Maine. And so, you know, this happened at a time when there was a massive backlash towards Black Americans from 1882 to 1968. There were 4,743 lynchings in the United States. You know, another example is in 1866, the first strike among Black workers in Maine was in Portland, when construction workers who came from Boston and were Black were attacked in the press, and it was they came to rebuild City Hall, and it was claimed that there was a no white need apply policy, and so it was believed by a lot of people, and this was a Democratic newspaper, which would have been more in line with the National Democratic Party at that time, which supported the segregation of the South, that, you know, they were somehow favored over white people, and that was resented. I wanted to share this editorial from the Bangor Daily News in 1906 to sort of highlight what this what these attitudes were like. You know, this editorial, they speculate on the future of the colored race in America. And this was a time when a number of Blacks were moving north into the northern cities for more employment opportunities and to escape the Jim Crow South. And the editor writes about this Virginian who asked for help tilling her abandoned and neglected farmland, as many of the richest and best plantations in the state were growing up to bushes and weeds because it was impossible to hire men to attend the crops. And, you know, it was believed that they didn't want to work, that they were just leaving the plantation. The author, and then it says, meantime, the colored man at the North is finding his conditions less favorable for advancement every decade. 40 years ago, the colored man was looked upon by New England residents with a tolerant charity that led to easy employment. And that kind of tracks with how we saw the evolution of Peterborough. Today, a Negro is viewed with suspicion, at times with alarm. New England conservatism finds the Negro shifty and unreliable. He is fond of pleasure and prefers idleness and poverty to thrift. So this was part of a kind of a national racism that took hold. Now, I'm not saying it didn't exist in Maine, but it became much more pronounced during that period. You know, they talk about in the article that a half a century ago, the Yankee race was making loud outcries concerning the cheap Irish because of the sons of Erin came in and worked cheaper than the Yankees thought was right. It was a long, hard and fought contest, but finally the Irish won recognition, became assimilated among the Yankees, who now hold them in high respect. Today, the sons of those old Irishmen and Yankees are making bitter complaint against the dirty Dagos for Italians, indicating that the older arrivals look with scorn upon the new arrivals, but they are going to win a place for themselves, just as the Irish did. But then it goes on to write, but the Indian and the Negro present no menace in any field of industrial competition. Both races have wide areas of usefulness, but neither the petting of philanthropists nor the efforts of teachers can overcome their inherent laziness and lack of foresight. And then they predicted the end of the Indian and the Black race. And this was a common attitude that unless they were induced to work by the whip, that they were just useless and would eventually become extinct. These were the racist attitudes that were extremely common at that time. So we come to Malaga, and a lot of people know this story, but Malaga was a mixed race community down near Phippsburg on Malaga Island. And basically what happened was it was very poor. This is them depicted on a postcard, like the other postcard I showed of Peterborough. And the towns of Phippsburg and Hartswell fought to take control of the settlement to build a hotel. At the time, the island was legally owned by Eli Perry, and the residents were considered squatters, although they lived there for decades. And the state of the Perry family wanted these people to leave, and the Democratic governor at the time, Frederick Blaisdell, saw it as a blight on the state's reputation. And he ordered that these residents be abducted and removed, men, women, and children. And they were forced into various institutions in 1912 under this mass eviction. To discourage resettlement, the authorities eventually even dug up all the graves and took the dead for burial at the Maine School for the Feeble-Minded in Powell. Now, I just want to make a distinction here between the Anglo-white settlers who settled this state originally and these Black settlers who were considered squatters. The white Anglo settlers of Maine were also squatters. My ancestors were squatters. They came to settle the land here to farm and have their own independent life. And eventually the great proprietors who claimed this vast tracts of former Indian territory started demanding money from them. And they fought about a 30-year war over it, sort of a guerrilla war between the great proprietors and the small white farmers. And eventually they kind of reached an agreement and settled with the farmers and gave them a better deal. But no deal was offered to the residents of Malaga. Is another example, you know, the Red Summer of 1919 was when a lot of Blacks were coming home from fighting in World War I. They were more emboldened to sort of stand up for their rights and fight against segregation. There was also in the middle of the Great Migration when a lot of them were coming north. This is a picture of Roger and Samuel Courtney, who were two African-American brothers who were tarred and feathered by a white mob at the University of Maine. And I see I have a typo there. They were World War I vets. They were attacked by a mob of a couple hundred people who chased them into Old Town and then brought them into the livestock pavilion and covered them in hot molasses and feathers. They were eventually basically kicked out of school for that. Not the students, but the Courtney brothers. Rise of the Ku Klux Klan. A lot of people it's mostly associated in Maine with being an anti-French Catholic movement, which it was. But there are also stories about how they went after Black families in Maine in the 20s. I found this one story in Maine's Visible Black History of this woman named Smithy V. Ray, who lived in Mechanic Falls. And in the 20s, she came up here to care for an old businessman, and then she got another job with this other older man, and he died, and he left her the house. So she used the house to take care of people, elderly people in the community. And one day, the Klan showed up on her front lawn, and she went outside and approached the leader and recognized him and said, "John, tomorrow when you are sober, you must come to see me." And then eventually, I guess he went the next day, and she scolded him, and he apologized and promised never to do it again. Just thought that was an interesting story there. Black workers in Maine were also beaten by a white mob at Togus for trying to organize a union in 1929. This is an example of how it was very difficult for them to get a fair share of this wealth that they were creating because they were prevented from forming unions and attacked for it. This is something I found. Jennifer Day, a realtor in Augusta, found this deed of a house in Augusta showing explicit housing discrimination towards African Americans, which it says it is understood and agreed that said lot shall never be occupied by a colored person. This is right around the State House, and it's right where I can see on the map where my father grew up in Augusta. So he basically grew up in a community that would not allow Black families to move into. And this covenant began in 1920. And then, as a previous speaker mentioned, a Supreme Court ruling in, I believe, 1948 overthrew that. And so, my dad grew up there. He's eventually able to buy a house on the VA, and unfortunately, a lot of Black vets were unable to do that because of exclusions on where they could live. We talked about redlining. Redlining was, these are New Deal policies that are primarily designed to provide housing to white middle class and lower middle class families in the suburbs, while African Americans and other people of color were left out of these new suburban communities and pushed instead into urban housing projects and rentals. The Federal Housing Administration was established in 1934. They refused to insure mortgages in and near African-American neighborhoods. This was a policy known as redlining. And at the same time, the FHA was subsidizing builders who were mass producing entire subdivisions for whites with the requirement that none of the homes be sold to African-Americans. And so, this was a combination of just, the real estate industry and government policies that led to this further segregation. The FHA justified this by saying that if African Americans bought homes in the suburbs, or even if they bought homes near the suburbs, it would somehow lower property values. But that wasn't the case. In fact, when African Americans tried to buy homes in all white neighborhoods, property values rose because African Americans were more willing to pay more for properties than whites were. And simply because their housing supply was so restricted and they had so many fewer choices. So here is the one redlining map I could find of Maine. This is a 1935 residential security map detailing the most desirable neighborhoods in Portland and South Portland. So you have another typo in blue, and the least desirable in red, considered the most risky for lending. Unfortunately, this is a photocopy, so you can't see the colors. And I need to get a better quality image of this to sort of show you where that was, because we might be able to learn something a little bit about how zoning is today in Portland and in South Portland. But essentially, this was, it wasn't until 1968 that we passed the Fair Housing Act and said it's okay for African Americans to buy homes where they were previously kept out. But unfortunately, when we look at how the prices of homes have risen, it's kept a lot of Black families who were generationally kept out of buying these homes from accumulating wealth. So, you look at some of these houses, they're $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. So I want to talk just a little bit about the civil rights movement in Maine. These are Maine residents returning from the March on Washington on August 29th, 1963. Here we see Gerald Talbot, who was a former legislator and head of the NAACP in Portland, and other members of the NAACP in Portland at that time. And there was a lot done on civil rights that trickled down into Maine. One of them was a survey conducted by a sociology professor at the University of Maine in 1965 that found that 76% of Black population in Bangor said they were discriminated against. Nearly half said they owned homes, but had to leave to find jobs that were commensurate with their education. Now, this has been a problem in Maine for many generations of finding jobs that fit, our education and all that, but it was particularly difficult for people of color and continues to be. In 1965, the Portland Press Herald ran an article, Maine Negroes' Problem in Renting Are Reporting. And they described this discouraging and often humiliating experiences that happened for Black Mainers in trying to get rental housing in Bangor and Portland. The Maine Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights called the denial of equal opportunity in rental housing and its effects on Negroes in Portland and Maine. They created this report, and it was based on testimony taken in open meetings. And they described being discriminated against real estate firms and agents, landlords, and other residents of Bangor. Jerry Talbot, who's there on the far left, describes this firsthand in the book Maine's Visible Black History. After they came home from the March on Washington, they reestablished the Portland NAACP, which had been inactive for many years, and they started spearheading efforts to end housing discrimination in Maine. Initially, the Maine legislature defeated a fair housing bill in 1963 because it was seen as an infringement on private property rights. It also thought it was going to create racial animosity, by some conservative detractors. or you can't legislate morality was another argument. But they finally did pass it, and it was signed by Governor John Reed in 1965. And from there, Jerry Talbot went out, and he was constantly looking for an apartment in Portland, and nobody would rent to him. And so he was light skinned, so he would go in and he'd get the apartment, and then when his family would show up, they would rescind the offer. Or one time he went to try to get a house on Monjoy Hill. When they and this happened many times, he'd show up to rent, and they would say, the landlord would say it's already been taken. So one time he went with so he had some white friends rent it, and then they successfully rented it. Then he showed up and proved that there was discrimination happening, and took it to court. He went to court 3 times to enforce the Fair Housing Bill. So, this was also extended to Maine voters extended this in 2005 to gays, lesbians, and transsexuals. And also during this time, Blacks and Jews were banned from private clubs in Maine. And it wasn't until 1969 that the legislature passed a law making clubs allow Blacks and Jews into them as members. So that's sort of my presentation. I think it's really important that we get this context because, much of this happened during my father's lifetime and many of our parents' lifetimes, or maybe some of the people here. And it really prevented generations of people of color in Maine from accumulating wealth. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I always enjoy the history that you find when we ask you to. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. O'Brien? Commissioner Jackson.
So I didn't remember the time period, but at one point you said there was a population around like 5% of Black people. And
yeah.
Compared to our, 1.8, I think we're less than 2% now.
Is that where we're at?
Yeah, so from like hearing that, effectively, Maine has been pushing out Black people.
Yes, I think that's very true, particularly when you look at these cases of some of these farming communities. I also think that a lot of people, it wasn't just discrimination. I think a lot of people left Maine for economic opportunities in Boston, and to be around more people from their community where they felt supported. And certainly, as you see from the example of Peterborough, they were increasingly seen as outsiders and subhuman. And so they didn't feel welcome in the community.
Any other questions? Commissioner, Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question, but sort of an addendum to the point you just made, Andy, which Mr. O'Brien, thanks for being here. I dove into Richard Rothstein's book, The Color of Law. And one thing that he notes pretty often in the book, which is that even though there were some advancements in policy related to non-discrimination, what ends up happening is there was a justification for having communities that were of similarity, homogeneous, by making the point that it's important for people of the same race to stay together. And so there was this argument that actually keeping Black communities together was better for their community in the long run. It would make their community stronger. And so I think that's an interesting point to add, because there was even though there was advancement in policy, especially with the Fair Housing Act at the federal level, there was still ways of maintaining racist structures by justifying communities of similarity by saying it was actually helpful to advance the community.
I also should point out that there are still Peters around. They just left that settlement. And when I was at a talk by Kate McMahon a few years ago, one of them said, I didn't know that about my family. And it turned out it was one of the Peters right there. And I've been contacted by a few others that they ended up going to Rockland or other places, but a lot of people did move to Boston and other larger cities.
Thank you.
And just for a personal anecdote, like I've personally wanted to leave Maine because of these reasons. Like it's a thing that has happened in history and it shapes our culture. It's still very prevalent.
You know, I will say that Commissioner Pouliot has a question. Senator Pouliot, or comment.
Question. I just want to say, unfortunately, I have to sign off just a little bit early to get to another appointment, but I do want to thank Anthony Jackson for staying in Maine, and hopefully more folks will choose to make Maine their home. You know, Governor Mills putting welcome home on the highway, I actually thought was a great idea, particularly as a realtor. You know, the more that we can do to welcome folks from all walks of life to come here, the better. So thank you, Mr. O'Brien, for your presentation. I also really enjoy your comic sketches that you do. The O-Chain comics are quite funny. So everyone have a great day. Sorry that I have to head out here.
Thank you, Senator. Well, you know, I came to Maine in 2002 from Boston and was not deterred by the fact that it was the whitest state in the country. And when I got to the place where I am sitting right now in Winthrop, I went to a bar to introduce myself to the town and to see what it was like, because I bought the house without seeing the town because I loved it that much. And the man sitting next to me at the bar said, "Did you know that your house was on the Underground Railroad?" I said, "I did not know that my house was on the Underground Railroad." He says, "Well, yeah, we used to be called Inward Hill." I said, "Excuse me?" And he said, "This was called Inward Hill." And it was the official place name on the map. And so the foot of Inward Hill was because the Underground Railroad ran through it, and that's how it got its name. And Gerald Talbot, when he was the first Black man elected to the legislature in 1972, one of his first pieces of legislation a few years later was to remove all racial place names from the map. So if you were born on the Metcalf Road before 1974, your birth certificate said that you were born in Inward Hill, Maine, Kennebec County. That was the official place name of a part of my town that I now represent in the state Senate. And so there's something a little serendipitous about me chairing this commission here today and this subject matter being brought up. Are there any more questions for Commissioner O'Brien, for Mr. O'Brien before we move on? Commissioner Pingree.
Thank you, Senator and Andy. Great job. Andy and I served together in the legislature, and it's so awesome to hear all the history that he is sharing with us on a variety of subjects. So this was super helpful. Andy, this may be kind of a future subject, which I'm not sure if you've done much research on, but I'm really interested in sort of what happened in 1965. We had this Fair Housing Act pass, and then there's sort of a history at a similar time in Maine. And I know this is anecdotal, my own community had zoning start to come in, I believe, in the 70s. And I'm sort of, I mean, I know Kate doesn't have the full picture either, but like we have hundreds of towns in Maine, many of them enacting zoning around the same time. Is it all sort of in a reaction to this act? Are there other sort of, you know, major things moving nationally around zoning? I'm just sort of that kind of historical period. I'm wondering if you know any more, who else may know any more. You know, maybe many of that history is buried in selectmen minutes that would take a long time to read them all. So just trying to better understand.
Yeah, when you mentioned that earlier, I started frantically going through my notes and anything I could find. Because it did, I know here in Rockland, it came about in the 70s as well. And now we're having that battle and kind of the same old arguments that we've heard previously against repealing those zoning regulations. But I have not, although I wonder if Orlando what's his name? Orlando Delagu, the University of Southern Maine law professor who has written extensively about exclusionary zoning might know. Because, yeah, I would be curious to know. I mean, my sense is that it followed national trends, but I don't know. I mean, certainly the arguments that I've heard from people who were around at that time at my local city council meeting is we don't want to bring in the bad element. And we know what that's code word for.
Yeah, I mean, if with what we've seen here today too, like when we've seen what is really zoned in particular ways exclusively, it aligns with a lot of the history that we've seen. So, I mean, what happens a lot with overt racism, it just becomes covert. You change how you say it instead of saying specifically this is just for, you know, Caucasians and having a covenant around that. You say, well, you have to be able to afford this much property and you can only build one house on it. And obviously the people who have been detached from the wealth of their labor and being able to buy investments to grow that wealth are going to be disproportionately affected by and not be able to buy those plots of land that you say you have to have all these requirements for. It's a language change to get the same thing done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that. We've had these discussions, I know, on Labor and Housing Committee about some of these New Deal era laws that basically exempted agricultural workers. But at that time, it was because that they were mostly Black and domestic helpers were mostly Black at that time. So it's what they call sort of race neutral legislation, but it has the same effect.
Any other questions or comments on this before we move forward from the commission? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. O'Brien, as always, for your history and for enlightening all of Maine people about our history as Maine people. We hear often that Maine doesn't have a problem or hasn't ever had a problem with any of this. And the proof is in the history. So thank you for sharing that. It will certainly help inform our work as we move on. Ms. Bristler, is our final presenter here?
Yes, he is. He is joining us by phone.
Great.
And I am bringing him in right now. You should see.
I do. Welcome, Mr. Morgan Williams. It's unfortunate we will not be able to see you or see any video of, visual aids that you may have, but we are certainly welcome to have you here. And your expertise is going to be very important for us. So the Zoom is yours, sir, whenever you are ready to begin.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me and for convening this discussion. I have had a conflict for the first hour and so missed my colleague from the eviction lab, but heard the second and third presenters and have really appreciated the commentary. And I think that remarks I can give will build off of those well. Respectfully, I just wanted to ask how much time would be appropriate to share some of the remarks. Happy to tailor to whatever's most appropriate to your needs here. I know we're running a little behind.
That is, thank you for asking, up to 30 minutes. And then that will include, our discussion and questions with you as well.
That sounds great. Well, I'll run through things really fast. I did circulate to Hillary just a few minutes ago what I called a presentation outline. And this kind of hit some of the highlights of what I was going to cover with actual links to some of the resources to have more information. And so I will try to go very quickly. The history that we've gotten in the background and the context is really important. And I wanted to briefly make 2 points about sort of modern discrimination. But before doing so, let me respectfully introduce myself. And thank you again for the opportunity to speak here and share some remarks. My name is Morgan Williams. I'm the General Counsel with the National Fair Housing Alliance, which is based in DC and engages in fair housing policy advocacy and investigations and enforcement across the country. And I personally am based in New Orleans, and so am without Wi-Fi sufficient to support visual engagement. So appreciate you accommodating me by the phone here. I coordinate our enforcement docket as well as support in our federal public policy advocacy, as well as in some of our support of our local fair housing centers in local and state public policy matters. And I'm happy to talk here about sort of some modern discrimination issues and then some solutions, as was, I think, requested. And we'll go through this as quickly as possible. I'll aim for, maybe 15 or 20 minutes. And I'm going to turn it over to you for questions with as much of that time remaining as makes sense or questions permit. In terms of the comments that have been made about sort of traditional zoning and the history of zoning, I think that it was well explained that both sort of public agencies and private housing market operators contributed to this segregated landscape that we have, and that's very much still the case today. I did want to underscore that discriminatory land use and zoning policies is not just a pre-Fair Housing Act relic. It still is something that exists today. There are discriminatory policies that are put into place, and those are challenged from time to time. I am from here in New Orleans, and before working with the National Fair Housing Office, worked with a local office here in New Orleans, local Fair Housing Center, which was engaged in post-Hurricane Katrina litigation, in which St. Bernard Parish instituted a number of land use measures that were really driven by discriminatory sentiment. They are a prominently white parish across some train tracks from the lower Ninth Ward, the city of New Orleans, which is prominently African-American neighborhood. And they first put in place a blood relative ordinance, which said you could only rent to your blood relatives. And when that was rescinded under a consent decree, they put in place a moratorium on multifamily housing. And they proffered a lot of concerns that were, ostensibly oftentimes used to propagate zoning arguments, environmental concerns, traffic concerns, other concerns that were ultimately deemed pretextual with the discriminatory evidence that we had on hand about the context in which these policies were passed. But I think policies that go to show that even today, under the auspices of non-discriminatory justifications, there may be discriminatory housing policies, zoning and land use policies that may be implemented. And that may have been the case in the wave of zoning implementation that happened in the 70s in Maine. I don't know, but it's definitely a great question to keep on the table. I would note on this issue of modern discriminatory land use and zoning policies that the Department of Justice Housing and Civil Enforcement section also has an active docket challenging discriminatory fair housing, land use, and zoning policies across the country. And there's a link in the outline there to their docket, which has a search function. I think you search the word zoning to get some of their zoning cases. And wanted to note, in addition to sort of coloring some of the modern discriminatory practices that continue to sort of sustain the segregated neighborhoods that we have that are locked in place with the zoning policies that we have, I think it was remarked earlier that it's not just about zoning. Zoning is an important piece, but there are other core policies that are a part of the housing market that have been historically and that are in modern times, and wanted to just illustrate a few here. Also in the post-disaster, post-Katrina context, the state of Louisiana and HUD instituted a homeowners program for those impacted by the storm. And it provided, in part, assistance on the basis of pre-storm value, which factored in the historic undervaluing of some of the Black and Latino neighborhoods in the region, and therefore had a discriminatory impact on Black homeowners who received the same damage, but got less of a grant award. A second kind of modern policy here that is subject to ongoing litigation is in the post another disaster, post foreclosure crisis. Banks all over the country got a lot of inventory from the foreclosures that are regarded as real estate owned properties. And we conducted an investigation of the maintenance and marketing of those properties in Black neighborhoods and in white neighborhoods in different cities across the country, and found that some of these big banks were maintaining and marketing the properties as they should in white neighborhoods, but not in Black neighborhoods. And we have active litigation against Fannie Mae, Bank of America, and Deutsche Bank currently in federal court. A third case here is this reference to this Facebook litigation. Facebook obviously is what everyone thinks of as a social media platform. What it is, in fact, is the largest ad company in the history of civilization. And it sells those ads using an ad targeting platform that advertisers use to target ads on Facebook. And the platform itself allows for advertisers to target ads on the basis of different kinds of categories that correlate directly with race, such as ethnicity and sex and gender and other protections. And so we brought enforcement against Facebook, and essentially it was regarded as modern day racial covenants, because you could create an ad campaign for your apartment that targeted on the basis of a particular red lines neighborhood, or targeted against people of certain demographics. And so Facebook has reconstituted their platform to not allow for housing, credit, and employment ads to use these targeting features. And then a fourth example of sort of a modern policy and the extent to which modern market players are really sustaining segregation across communities across the country is what's referred to here as redlining litigation. And this is a case that we have pending against a company called Redfin, which is a real estate company, and they limit their services on the basis of home value, and that fluctuates in different cities across the country depending upon different markets. But what we've done is we've mapped that on demographics maps, and what you see is that Redfin will provide their services to white neighborhoods, but not to Black neighborhoods in communities across the country where we've looked at this. And these are the sorts of policies that are sort of active in the market today that are sustaining the historic policies that that a lot of the presenters have covered today. And I want to make sure we cover some of those modern policies. And then I'm going to pivot briefly to solutions. And there's four I want to point out. And I think that one of the presenters had talked in context of solutions about needing to take race and class issues into account. And these four solutions do squarely that. And forgive me if this was covered earlier, if you're otherwise kind of operationally kind of engaged in some of these. So if that's the case, I'd welcome hearing interruptions and hearing about that. But the first here is what's referred to as the AFFH mandate. And only Washington, D.C. could produce such a mandate. But this is the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing mandate. And it's actually a part of the law that was written into the statute in 1968. And it says in the law that jurisdictions that receive federal housing funds, those jurisdictions have to ensure that they are using those funds in a way that affirmatively further fair housing. There's no private right of action like there is with the non-discrimination provisions of someone who's aggrieved to file a lawsuit in federal court to enforce the affirmatively furthering fair housing provision of the Fair Housing Act, but has always existed and has existed in somewhat idly with neglect because of the lack of the ability to really enforce it. Since the 90s, there's been guidance that HUD has put out that require jurisdictions to conduct an analysis of impediments to fair housing. And in 2015, HUD issued a regulation that provided a greater framework and data for jurisdictions to more meaningfully carry out this assessment of fair housing. But under this mandate, there is great potential for jurisdictions that receive HUD funds in particular to carry out this assessment of fair housing in a meaningful way. And essentially it requires any entitlement jurisdiction that's receiving HUD funds to conduct a three-part analysis. What are the barriers to fair housing choice within my jurisdiction and region? What are steps that can be taken to address those barriers? And what, essentially, what documentation am I going to keep about sort of those actions? And with that mandate, there's great potential for local jurisdictions to actually utilize HUD funds in a way that actually promotes more integrated communities. And unfortunately, the prior administration, the Trump and the Carson administration, were hostile to more robust engagement under this mandate, and they dismantled the 2015 rule. Justin Seal is an academic professor and researcher at MIT who has focused on some fair housing issues and put out some research on what the few jurisdictions that did carry out assessments of fair housing under the 2015 rule put forward. And there's some meaningful kind of land use and zoning related implications for some of those findings, and I included a link here. It's also noteworthy in regards to the affirmatively furthering fair housing mandate that California has instituted a state mandate. And in April, the Department of Housing and Community Development issued guidance documents for government agencies, and that's linked to here. And that has a couple of key components. Essentially, all public agencies in California are required to go through this assessment of fair housing process. That includes state and local agencies. And it includes some additional obligations that they have to go through. And they have to do it in conjunction with what's referred to as housing elements law, this requirement in California regarding affordable housing development. And so the California mandate may be a helpful model, state model, to consider in the state context here. I'm gonna try to just rapidly tick through these last three solutions and note a couple of things to look out for. And I think that I've lost track of time entirely, but I think that I've been going for about 15 minutes now. And so I'll try to wrap this up in the next 5 minutes for 10 minutes of question or as much time as you guys want to take. But happy to talk about any of this more. There are just specific zoning and land use measures that can be taken that are affirmative and fair housing oriented. And I would point to a couple of resources here. The city of Boston has implemented recently a land use policy that incorporates explicit fair housing requirements into certain types of development. There, the Boston Planning and Development Agency amended the Boston Zoning Code to require proposed development projects and planned development areas undergo a review to consider the impacts on area residents historically discriminated against, so that steps can be taken to reduce those impacts, provide new housing opportunities, and address past histories of exclusion. It's a pretty innovative step that's been taken recently and be, I think, a good one to watch. Also, in years prior, when I worked at the local Fair Housing Center in New Orleans, we did put together a policy paper for the city of New Orleans when it was undergoing its comprehensive zoning ordinance rewrite process. We did this in partnership with the National Lawyers Committee, and there's a link to the paper there. And it advocates for inclusionary zoning and reasonable accommodation request policies for people with disabilities. There are two fair housing specific policies which may have been touched on in a prior presentation, but would flag sort of the fair housing context in which it's being put forward in that policy report. So in addition to affirmatively furthering fair housing in that framework and zoning and land use measures, there's specific race-conscious housing programs that could be considered. And jurisdictions increasingly in the last year and a half under the sort of national racial reckoning have taken steps to more aggressively consider and implement race-conscious housing programs at the local, state, and federal level. And it's a really exciting time to think thoughtfully about engaging in race-conscious housing programs. I will say that under the strict scrutiny review that's provided for implementation of race-conscious housing programs, they need to be done very thoughtfully. I've included some resources here and some resources that I could just briefly run through. One is in regards to what's referred to here as SPCP. These are special purpose credit programs. And this is getting a little bit farther afield from zoning and more into the lending and credit access sphere. But there's more advocacy and a recognition given, and I think this also applies to sort of the third link here regarding CRA regulations. There's more advocacy and interest recently in lenders engaging in race-conscious housing programs to increase access to home ownership to Black and Latino and other traditionally underserved homeowners. And some of that involves race-neutral targeting through income or first generation or other categories, but some is more race-conscious or other designations that heavily involve consideration of race. And then there have been a couple of local programs of note that are actually framed as reparations, but are actually housing programs that are tailored in a race-conscious manner. And one is in Evanston, Illinois, which I've featured in the outline here, and another is in Asheville, North Carolina. And so I think there's a lot of potential for engaging in thoughtful consideration of race-conscious housing programs. We have been in communication with partners across the country interested in instituting these programs. I will note that at the state level, there's an organization in Florida that works with local jurisdictions in Florida on housing issues. It's called the Florida Housing Coalition. They are looking heavily at this in Florida and may be a good resource to consider a state level partnership. And they also, I think, would be having partners that would be in some less urban areas potentially. The fourth and final solution that I'll touch on here is the potential for a full service fair housing center. There is a Pine Tree Legal Services office in Maine, which provides legal services and has a fair housing program. But there may be some interest that the public in Maine, in partnership with Pine Tree Legal Services, could have in instituting a full service fair housing program. A full service fair housing program can really aggressively pursue local issues, can support local jurisdictions in instituting meaningful assessments of fair housing under the affirmatively furthering fair housing mandate, and can just be a strong long-term partner in moving Maine forward. And there's two components to that I just wanted to underscore. One is the ability for fair housing centers to essentially operate as local private attorney generals. And essentially when under a Supreme Court jurisprudence, under the Havens v. Coleman decision in 1982, which I linked to here, local fair housing centers in particular have the ability to pursue fair housing claims as organizational complainants. And so if Maine were to have such an operator, they could really support local Maine residents in pursuing these sorts of cases from an investigations and enforcement standpoint. And also from an investigations and enforcement standpoint, Pine Tree Legal Services, I think, does some fair housing testing, but they're a full service fair housing center institutes a full fair housing testing program, which is, mystery shopping or sending housing consumers into a housing transaction, housing product or service transaction to investigate, document in a controlled fashion the housing exchange, and then to use that evidence for investigations, for enforcement of discrimination. And there's a lot of evidence of sort of rampant discrimination across the rental, sales, lending, insurance markets. And that kind of testing is one of the best ways to ferret that out. And having a full service fair housing center in Maine would be a means of doing that. I will close by just noting two kind of things to look out for. One is my organization, the National Fair Housing Alliance, is convening a virtual conference starting, I think, on September 30th and running a week or two thereafter. My organization does an annual conference, but one year it's sort of a big public conference, and then the intermittent year it's sort of a more internal to the fair housing movement in-service conference, and this year is the in-service conference. But the first day on September 20th is a public session. There's some registration that is not yet posted on our website, but will be at some point next week. But it's on the fair housing implications of zoning and land use reform. And it will feature speakers from the Connecticut Fair Housing Center who are actively involved in some of these issues in Connecticut. I know there was mention of the Connecticut rural engagement, and they would be a good resource on that. A city council member from Boston, where they're implementing this innovative land use zoning program, and the executive director of the Fair Housing Council in Oregon, where Oregon, of course, as was noted by another speaker, has essentially eliminated single family zoning for much of the state. And so the folks on the ground who are working on these issues will be presenting in that session again on September 30. Sorry, I just had it in front of me and I lost it. September 30th from 1 to 3:15 p.m. Eastern, with, I think, registration stuff on our website. And then the second thing I wanted to flag to be on the lookout for moving forward is that the Biden administration has sort of broadcast interest in doing this federal program to provide funding to state and local governments to look at zoning, land use, and other barriers to expand affordable housing development. This would include grants to study the issue and grants to implement plans or changes. And I included in the resource a link to the White House fact sheet on the administration's plan to increase the supply of affordable housing. And this program is mentioned in some fashion under the third bullet: the funding to review and reform zoning and land use control, and the funding to implement plans. And so that, I think, hasn't yet been rolled out. Our thinking is that it would be rolled out through HUD, but it's something to be on the lookout for. And so that's my recap of some kind of modern discrimination, land use, and policy issues that kind of impact some of this, and some solutions to outline. Happy to answer any questions, and try to keep that as quickly as possible.
Well, thank you, Mr. Williams. You do a great job in a short amount of time. That was a lot to digest. The resource links are absolutely invaluable, and it seems perfectly timely that the September 30th panel at this national conference is something that I believe all of our commissioners would want to try to at least attend or see a review of thereafter. That said, are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Williams? Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have clicked through some of the resources. I definitely recommend to the commission members to look at the Justice Department's website, as suggested by Mr. Williams, typing in zoning and just starting to read the summaries of the cases, many of which are related to religion and the locating worshiping places of worship in communities. But there's a few at the top related to, for example, a facility for persons with disabilities that would house 14 people. And you can see the utilization of zoning to try to prevent that facility from being built or used in that manner. And I think it really quickly lends itself to showing how zoning, even today, is being used not just to prevent people from being able to afford places to live, but also from persons in minority or persons in disadvantaged communities from accessing housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Williams or anything about his presentation? I do have one, Mr. Williams. Can you talk a little bit about what it would take for a state to become a partner in the last, let's see if I got the name right. I want to make sure that I honor the work. I'm going back to the screen. These fair housing centers, what does it take for a state to become involved in that?
Well, so there's two HUD funding programs that are administered through the HUD Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity section. One is the Fair Housing Initiatives Program. And I think that Pine Tree Legal Services may be a Fair Housing Initiatives Program recipient. And the second is the Fair Housing Assistance Program. The Fair Housing Initiatives Program is awarded to private fair housing centers to do investigations and enforcement, and then separately some education and outreach related fair housing work. And the Fair Housing Assistance Program is awarded to public agencies that administer complaint processes in tandem with HUD's administrative complaint processes of fair housing complaints. And that is what the Fair Housing Assistance Program funds for local public agencies that have local fair housing statutes that are deemed substantially equivalent to the Federal Fair Housing Act. So there's those two pools of funds. A full service fair housing center is a fair housing center that provides sort of full service fair housing investigation enforcement. And I don't know the full scope of the Pine Tree Legal Services operations, but I don't believe that they, within the confines of the legal services organization that they operate in, provide that full service fair housing operations, and otherwise can operate as private enforcement agencies under the jurisprudence of the Fair Housing Act. So I think that there is some utilization of these funds potentially, but maybe in a way that doesn't allow them to be fully deployed under an operational local fair housing center.
Thank you. Whose hand is raised? I see a hand up. Commissioner Pingree.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your presentation. Like the speaker, I'm down a hole of one of your links, and I was looking at some of the Florida coalition's work. And I'm wondering, I mean, you obviously have done a lot of work at a lot of different levels, and we're all interested in what happens with the White House initiative and what happens in the upcoming discussions in Congress. But the sort of vague talk of incentives, and I'm reading some of this Florida stuff, and it's talking about incentives for municipalities. I'm wondering, and we have talked about sort of big picture incentives, carrots versus stakes or twigs, somebody framed it. I'm just wondering if you have a sense of the kinds of incentives that states or cities have provided to encourage this. Obviously, we're a state looking, sort of weighing our role as we hope more municipalities change some of these zoning laws. So I'm just wondering if you have any specific experience with incentive-based programs.
Yes. And so that's a great question. I'm trying to sort of appropriately answer. A lot of the, in terms of incentive programs, I'm just trying to understand exactly what you're asking. I'm so sorry.
I mean, I guess it's like, as a state, we certainly can mandate, and I'm sure we'll debate that. And we also would like to think about ways to incentivize municipalities to change some of their zoning in the ways in which we're concerned about. So I'm just wondering, as both the Biden administration contemplates it, what we've seen in other states, sort of reading a little bit of Florida, like what are the kinds of incentives we're talking about? That you see?
Yeah, I mean, I think the affirmatively furthering fair housing framework actually is pegged to the receipt of funds, and it essentially just requires local entitlement jurisdictions to kind of take a look in the mirror and assess their issues regarding fair housing within their housing market and think about what decisions they could make that might impact that with the use of their funds. And so that is essentially like putting the impetus in the hands of the local jurisdiction. It is a kind of mandated framework under this sort of federal mandate that's been dismantled and is being reinstituted, but also under the California mandate. in regards to some of the recent guidance that they've issued and the mandate that's been passed out there. And so that drives jurisdictions to think about solutions locally, which is exactly an incentive-based program, but I think speaks to your question somewhat. You know, some of the policy stuff around inclusionary zoning, and forgive me for missing my earlier colleague's initial presentation, which may have touched on this, but some of the policy incentives around inclusionary zoning can be, you know, incentive-based rather than mandated. And so that's, you know, maybe another framework in which to consider incentives. You know, I think that a part of this is that there, and a part of the bases on which to have the sort of legally sufficient justification in order to establish a race-conscious housing program is that there's been a history of discrimination that this program is aiming to ameliorate, and a part of what that then requires is a showing that race-neutral approaches wouldn't necessarily achieve the goal that you're achieving with race-conscious programs. And so part of the universe of what is required to move the needle here is a showing that it's not just incentives and it's not just race-neutral programs, but it's actually race-conscious programs that may be required in some instances to push the needle on credit access and ultimately on Black home ownership. I'm not sure how much that spoke to your question about incentives.
No,
but,
thank you. That was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dufour.
Thank you very much. I'm in Aroostook County and I keep getting dropped, so I think I have used up all my bandwidth for the county today, but very quick. With respect to the incentives, the mandates, the soft mandates, the sticks, the twigs, and then the outcome, is there a model for assessing whether or not a community has been successful? I mean, you can set goals. I mean, at what point, what tools are available to ensure that if we go down a mandate approach, that we are hitting the right goals? How do we know if we're being successful? Are there other states that are talking about that?
Another part of the requirement in instituting a race conscious program, for example, is that it's sort of it's finite in time, or at least cognizant of the context in which it's addressing something within a finite time, and that there's some reevaluation of whether it has achieved its goal and whether it's needed to further achieve its goal. And so built into the framework in a kind of constitutional analysis that would be applied, as well as sort of in a regulatory standpoint in regards to special purpose credit programs under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act in the lending sphere, you would have that reassessment. In a separate context in regards to the affirmatively furthering fair housing framework, there is the requirement that a jurisdiction reinstitute the planning process essentially in advance of its consolidated plan, its 3 to 5 year plan over for HUD funds. That, again, has been upended under the prior administration as being reinstituted. But that sort of provides this ongoing cycle of a local jurisdiction continuing to review and renew what it had previously conducted in its assessment of fair housing. And I think that in California, it's a 5-year window in which the affordable housing plans are instituted. And the understanding there is that the assessment of fair housing at the state level for the state kind of report is done in advance of that affordable housing plan.
Commissioner Golek has a question.
Yes, I'm just curious in any of the history that you was talking about with providing affordable housing in the communities and stuff. Are you familiar with anybody that any of these programs that you discuss using racial equity analysis and land use decisions?
I'm not sure what you mean by racial equity analysis. So we do use analysis of the land use and zoning. We do conduct analysis of the land use and zoning policies. And in most instances, there are claims that involve both intentional discrimination as well as what's regarded as disparate impact, which is a policy that is maybe neutral on its face, but when put into place has a discriminatory effect. And so there is demographic analysis of the impact of a zoning or land use policy, like a moratorium on multifamily housing, for example, as basis of evidence in pursuing a fair housing discrimination claim against that policy. Is that what you're referring to in your question?
Yeah, I was curious after a report that I had read from Brookings Institute recently that speaks of using racial equity analysis and future land use and how to stop the discrimination and the fair housing and stuff.
Yes. So, there's definitely different ways to do that. And in investigations and enforcement that goes on in this context, there's analysis of those issues. But certainly, as a policy matter, there are different ways to pursue that. And I think that one example is the example of the Boston model, which is actually associated with any kind of new sizable development, that it needs to kind of, on a development by development basis, undergo this consideration and take some measures. So it'd be interesting to watch how that plays out.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, Mr. Williams, and I think to jump off of Commissioner Golek's question, you're saying there are municipalities, or there are cities, and perhaps the city of Boston is the example you're using, that has instituted a racial analysis, a racial impact analysis before adopting new land use or zoning ordinances. Is that sort of what I'm hearing? Because I think that may be the question. That's
correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
And I included a link to a recent article from Boston about that program. And one of the city council people who's involved in that program is going to be on the panel that we're convening next week. Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Maine is certainly doing some work in this area of racial impact statements. And we do have a commission, our permanent commission, on the status. They're going to give a public comment soon. Is certainly looking at land use and the negative impact of discrimination on not just land use, but land access, especially for Black farmers in Maine. So we are doing some work in Maine, and we will hear about probably some of it a little bit later. Are there any more questions for Mr. Williams before we maybe take a brief break and move on to public comment, or not take a brief break and move on to public comment, because the day is getting late and we do want to have an opportunity to hear from the public, and so we can all take our break separately. I see Commissioner Hill has a question or comment.
Hi, thank you, Senator. I do not have a question, I just have a comment. Mr. Williams, that presentation I thought was very valuable, and I really appreciate how solution forward your presentation was. And I would just like to comment that in your material, you linked us to an article from the White House, which was how the Biden-Harris administration is making steps to remedy this crisis. And it really seems to focus on the lending side of things. So they seem to really be proactive in trying to make funding more available for investment properties, manufactured housing, and 2 to 4 unit non-commercial properties. And I just think that that's a very informative article and a really creative solution from the mortgage side of things and the financial side of things. the National Association of Realtors has a great program. It's called At Home with Diversity, and it's been a program since 1998. And so it's a very forward-thinking educational program that 20,000 realtors across the country are a part of. I am one of those people. There are several of us in Maine, and we constantly try to bring this data to our senators and representatives. And it's a topic in the legislative committee as well. So I just wanted to thank you for your presentation. I thought it was very beneficial, and I found that article to be quite informative. And I'm curious their timeline of these initiatives. It's something I'm going to keep a close eye on. But again, I just wanted to say thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you, Commissioner. I concur. What we're going to do, if I don't see any more hands from Mr. Williams at the moment, is we will open this up now for public comment. And I don't want to rush anyone. We don't want you to speak for much more than 3.5 to 4 minutes. It has been a long day, but I do want to ask first if Ms. Brisley, do you need a break before we move on to public comment, or are you okay?
No, I am okay. My only question is whether you want to have a time clock or anything, or if you're just going to move through on your own.
If you would like to run a clock so that if people are going way past 4 minutes, you can let them know that they need to wrap up. I won't be able to see that. So in that way, it just won't get unwieldy at this late hour, but I certainly want to hear from the public who have been listening and waiting patiently. And so if you are an attendee and you intend to provide public comment, can you please raise your hand? And I will call on you in whatever order I see your hands go up in the outside of it. So I see Zuri Rashad. I am going to move you into our room, and you are in the room. I believe you are not muted. You are still muted. It takes a while for people to get from the attendee section into the panelist section. We call it the warp zone. And so she should be here in a minute, and then we will have William Basford speak. And again, if anyone wants to speak that is in the attendee room, just raise your hand and keep it up until you are moved into the panelist section, and then we can hear from you and see you. Ms. Rashad, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. It's good to see you. The floor is yours. You have up to 4 minutes.
All right. Hello, my name is Zuri Rashad. I'm a senior chemical engineering major at Hampton University. And I recently conducted a data science project with Data Science for All, which is a program that helps underrepresented minorities get into the data science field. And my recent project was on the relationship between eviction data, racial data, and housing data and areas that were most likely to be affected by COVID-19. And interestingly enough, a lot of the data we used was from the eviction lab in Princeton University. So I'm really happy that Matt Malesko's here because he created a significant portion of the data that I was able to use in my project. What we basically determined, analyzing the data within the Washington, D.C. metropolitan region, was that the areas that are most affected by COVID-19 today are also the areas that will be hit most hard with higher eviction rates, and they're places that have very high housing rates. So basically the places that are most likely to be affected by evictions are also the places that are hit hard with COVID, and they're the areas that have the lowest percentage of white residents. So being able to analyze all of those factors together really gave us a clear picture on the areas that we needed to study to a census tract level. And it gave us a micro-targeted focus on the areas that needed the most help if we're going to design housing policies for the near future in relation to the pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Rashad. Are there any questions from the commission, or does Mr. Malesko like to respond since you helped with the work?
Yeah, I'd love to respond. Thank you so much for your comment. I'm really glad that the data was useful to you in your project. I can't take credit for creating that data. We have a team of research associates who do a lot of great work, and we're likely behind the data that you use. And I'd say the findings the findings you shared with us definitely match with similar research from my colleagues at the Eviction Lab. There's research that shows that the areas and neighborhoods in the country with the lowest vaccination rates for COVID-19 vaccines were also the areas that were seeing the most impact in terms of evictions during the COVID-19 pandemic. So that matches right along with what you shared with this commission. And we know that in presentations that were shared today, that Black renters and Black women renters especially face a far higher likelihood of eviction in normal times. And that tends to be the case for Black and Latinx neighborhoods as well. And I'd also just want to say, this is the statement shared by Ms. Rashad was a great example of what getting access to better data can do for us. Imagine what we could do in terms of changing the narrative, like I mentioned in my presentation, if we had better access to this kind of information when it comes to zoning and land use policy. So really appreciate the comment and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Would it be okay if I posted a link to the interactive dashboard that my team created?
I think I'm not, yes, you are in the chat, you are in the panel section, so you can actually put that into the chat. That would be fine. Thank you for asking. Okay. And you can also, we can talk offline to make sure that we all have it in our email, because not all of the commissioners are here. I will, full disclosure, tell the commission that there are two sort of serendipitous things going on right now. Mr. Malechko is actually from outside of Milwaukee, where I grew up. And Ms. Rashad is a member of a family that owns an island in I won't name the island, in Maranacook Lake that has been owned by a Black family since right before the Depression. And she was just here visiting not too long ago and got a great tour of the State House and told me all about her work and was just excited to have an opportunity to talk about it in this commission at some point. And so today was that day, and had no idea that she was also connected to Mr. Malechko. So there you have it. Anyone else have any comments or questions for Ms. Rashad on this issue? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here and congratulations on your work. I am
Thank you.
now going, you're welcome. I'm going to promote Mr. Bass forward.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, I have two issues I'd like to mention, but they don't have anything to do with race or religion or any other kind of discrimination. So I'm willing to postpone till your next meeting, assuming that you're having another one in a week or so.
Mr. Basford, we will be having 3 more meetings.
Okay.
All of them will include some public comment. We have not set the agenda yet for the next 2 meetings, but we certainly have to review state laws. We have to decide which solutions we think are going to be best to recommend to the legislature. And so if you would like to submit your email address, you probably already have, you're already on the IP list, so you know we're here. You will get the notifications for the next 2 meetings and those agendas when we have them finalized. The speaker and I will be meeting on Tuesday to go to plan those agendas.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much. I am going to now promote Mr. Lado Ladoka. Mr. Ladoka, can you hear me?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours for up to 4 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Speaker Fecto. Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Lado Ladoka. I'm here to testify on behalf of the Maine Immigrant Housing Coalition. The Maine Immigrant Coalition is a nonprofit organization that is founded to support the policy on affordable housing through education and advocacy. Housing is the foundation for our basic need in our community. Our housing policies and infrastructure need to reflect this basic necessity. It is apparent that our housing policy has not worked for everyone, especially the working families. What we need is a policy that will address the segment of the community that our housing policy has left behind. Zoning in Maine, like elsewhere else in the country, has always been exclusionary based on race and income. For example, when a zoning board asks for an acre or two to build a dwelling, it increases the cost and limit density, which eliminate a segment of the population based on income. Whether the intent was to increase green space, the consequence is the high cost of home ownership. Zoning that require community input is biased against renters. For example, when a hearing is scheduled for any zoning, for any new development, homeowners within that community always receive a postcard with the date and time when that development hearing is going to take place. The resident who happen to be renting, on the other hand, do not receive any notice from the municipality. And so that means whenever those hearings are taking place, most of the people who will be there are people who actually own the properties in those neighborhoods rather than the people who rent, because those people got the benefit of receiving that postcard indicating when that discussion is going to take place. When we design a neighborhood for a single family housing while other multifamily units through zoning, we are in essence segregating between working families who can only afford to rent and the middle class who can own their own home. And this legal segregation ensure that middle class homeowners' children go to well-funded schools, while the working class renters' children attend less funded schools. And this policy is basically promote the intergenerational wealth gap that we hear about every single time, because education is one of those things that help translate to more income during your lifetime. Our position is that we are promoting the LD 1673, which is intended to establish a minimum floor for any municipality in Maine to be able to have affordable housing within their community. And for those communities that are not in compliance, they will be able to work with the community to increase their affordable housing stock within that community, so that people who cannot afford to live in the community will be able to afford to live within their own communities. And LD 1673 will be able to accomplish that. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And then I will take any questions if you guys have.
Thank you, Mr. Ladoka. Are there any questions from the commission? Commissioner Golek?
I just have a quick question. Could you repeat the LD number of the bill that you were just talking about?
Yes, it's LD 1673. It was introduced in the last session, but it's carried forward for this coming short session.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Jackson? You are on mute, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ladoka, for coming through and sharing that perspective. I think you did raise a couple of things that might not have mentioned about education specifically, and how those funds contribute to people's schooling is something that we haven't touched on, but is very, very true. And also who's at stake at the table for municipalities. One thing that I've seen on the ground is that when notifications go out for planning board meetings, for zoning, where city councils are talking this, people aren't made aware that this is even happening. And if it is, it's at a time they're at work. So I think those two things that really stood out to me. So I thank you for sharing.
Are there any other questions from the commission for Mr. Ladoka? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. And the commission, as he said, LD 1673 has been carried over in the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. And I know at an earlier session, Commissioner Pingree wanted to make sure that we do have a list of bills that are in our possession that relate to some of these issues, so that we know we don't necessarily need to recreate any wills if we find that we're making recommendations that are already being considered by the legislature. Back out to public comment. Is there anyone else who is attending who would like to offer public comment? Timothy Wells, I am allowing you to speak once you get into the room. Are you here?
I am.
That
Thank
was
you.
fast. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Great presentations today. Very interesting information. A few comments. One, I serve with Mr. Ladaco as a board member of the Greater Portland Community Land Trust. And one of the things I want to urge is that the commission really thinks about solutions that do promote more home ownership versus rental. And CLTs are a great way to do that. The one thing I do caution is that CLTs, wherever they are, should always be having survivability planning. And if for some reason the CLT does not survive, that those assets are put into either, moved, there's an agreement to move them to an Avesta or a CHOM or to some housing authority, but that they don't lose the deed restriction on affordability over time, but they are a great tool. The other comments, as I listen to this, I hear inclusionary zoning as solutions. And I think it's possible, although the way much of it is structured, it actually can be a very exclusionary policy. And I think it's very nuanced and isn't really well understood. And so I'd also urge the committee to dig into some of this. But if you think about how it is done, usually it is done where bigger projects are required to include units of affordability or to pay a fee in lieu. And if you think about it, as in Portland, some of this was gone over like an R6 or an R5 zoning. In an R5 zoning, which is the second least restrictive residential zoning in Portland, you have to have 6,000 square feet for a single family home. So in the R6, you can put in, on that 6,000 square feet, you can put in one unit for every 725 square feet. So you could put in, 10 units. But if you do more than 10 units, you got to pay $150,000. Well, actually, under the Green New Deal, you got to do 25%. So you'd have to do, you'd have to pay like $400,000. So if you build more homes in that 6,000 square foot lot, if you build 10 homes, the city is going to get $100,000 in property taxes every year. People are going to use, for each unit, they use up 725 square feet of land. Okay. Now in the R5 zone, you build a single family, they're going to pay 10,000 square feet. They're going to pay 10,000 in property tax. It's going to be for one unit. They don't have to pay anything to the Affordable Housing Fund. Okay. So it's a very regressive tax. They have more street frontage. It requires more gas line, more water line, more sewer line, more telephone line, more fiber. Everything that's required for city services is higher, right? There's bigger spacing between houses. You need more fire hydrants. There's all kinds of additional cost to support that single family home. Yet we disincentivize building housing through an inclusionary housing fee. We make all of those people pay more when they're actually using that land more effectively. That's better for the climate, right? That's better for the city financially. And yet we disincentivize that type of development by using inclusionary zoning as the excuse because it sounds good. Why wouldn't everyone have to pay into the inclusionary zoning if that's the way, and make it an equal playing field if that's how we want to do it? Because it's really a societal problem, housing. It's not just people who live in a condominium or who are going to, live in an apartment building. It's a societal problem. And the developers, it also raises, what it does is it increases the cost of housing for everyone that isn't in subsidized housing, right? And the people who now wealthy people can afford it and they don't care, but it squeezes the middle. And that's not a good policy. That makes that naturally occurring affordable housing less available. So I think there's some consequences to this that aren't appreciated, and there's a lot of nuance to it. It furthers the divide and it increases inequality. Did someone say something?
No, sir.
Okay, so I would just say that the other thing that concerned me a little bit was Mr. Freemark was the mention in the first presentation to Mr. Freemark's 2020 study on upzoning, that there perhaps, it's a 5-year study on 6 suburban zones, that perhaps upzoning increases prices, which I really want to have more discussions with Mr. Freemark, but that would seem to be endogeneity error. I know there's differences built into your study, but that would be very difficult to believe. That upzoning was the attribute that increases prices. So that was concerning to hear. But it was only 5 years, so it's a short-term thing. But anyway, the inclusionary zoning is something that really needs to be looked at. It is used in Portland with the historical district. They then you could build to 45 feet. They took it down to 35 feet, and you had to add in a unit to build to 45 feet. So they used the inclusionary zoning to stop development as a tool for exclusion. It gets very, very tricky. The zoning gets very, very tricky. There's a lot of tricks. And people use it politically because inclusionary zoning sounds really good, but people take it and weaponize it. And there's a lot of detail to this work. That's my only point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Are there any questions from the commission? I was wondering, Mr. Maleshko, since I know your presentation talked about upzoning a bit, if I recall correctly, do you have any response to Mr. Wells's comment?
Yeah, I would like to second the first 2 points. I'm glad community land trusts got brought up. I didn't have time to talk about them in my presentation, but I think they're a fantastic way, or at least certainly a viable way of promoting below market rate options for affordable home ownership. And for those of you on the call interested in pursuing these ideas, I highly recommend checking out the Grounded Solutions Network, which has a wealth of information about community land trusts, everything from best practices to literally a toolkit to get them started in your community. And I'll also second the point that inclusionary zoning can be complicated. There's certainly examples of it working effectively, but this again gets to the point where the design of the program is critical. It's not enough to just set up an inclusionary zoning program and wipe your hands clean of the problem. California, New Jersey, and Massachusetts are the 3 states that have the most inclusionary zoning programs, and these are widely regarded as the most exclusive states in the country. So it's not as simple as setting up an inclusionary zoning program and that alone will solve the problem of housing and affordability. It can be part of the solution, but if designed poorly, it can also potentially be part of the problem as well. I'll defer on the study of design questions of Mr. Freemark's study to Mr. Freemark. I brought up those studies just to show that there is debate on the topic of upzoning and what the short-term impacts are. But needless to say that if you have a regional undersupply of housing, you need to build more housing for housing costs to come down. That has to be part of the solution.
Thank you. And I just have a question for you again, Mr. Maleshko, if you will indulge me, and that is, since we didn't see all of your last slides, I don't want to end them just yet because I haven't looked at them. Do you have any experience or do you research on communities that are looking at cooperatives for increasing affordable housing for ownership?
To respond to your initial point, that those remaining slides were just citations. So okay. We managed to get through all of my presentation.
Okay.
But to answer your question, yes, it's not the most of my research focuses on what we've talked about today, and that is restrictive zoning and ways to get around it and improve housing policies to make it, more equitable. But I'm becoming increasingly interested in cooperatives and community land trusts, which is why I'm glad that they were brought up. I'd be happy to talk offline about what resources I know and what studies have been done on that aspect of housing policy in particular.
Thank you for your indulgence. I appreciate it. We'll talk offline. Commissioner Cooper-Ryder has a question or a comment. I saw your hand.
Thank you, sir. I was just going to add that on the topic of inclusionary zoning, that the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies is currently working on research for the Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston on the efficacy of inclusionary zoning. And they're looking specifically at the New England states, and their preliminary conclusions are equally ambivalent, that it is program specific, it works some places and not others, and it doesn't work as a standalone program. So hopefully we'll be able to share that with the commission shortly.
Thank you for that very much. Are there any other questions for Mr. Wells before we move on to more public comment? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Wells, for being here. Next is Jovi Thial.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. So thank you very much for the opportunity, Senator Hickman, Speaker Fecto, and members of the commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. I am Jovi Thoyle. I'm a senior policy advocate at Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid organization working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. I also have the honor of serving as a commissioner on the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations, and I help to coordinate the Maine Coalition on Racial Equity. Just to be clear, I am commenting today on behalf of my employer, Maine Equal Justice. And you have already heard from both Commissioner Golek and my colleague, Deborah Ibonwa, on why this topic, the lack of affordable housing, is a priority concern for Maine Equal Justice and the communities we work with. But the reason why I'm here today is because as an organization, we believe that to achieve our goal of economic security for all people in Maine, policymakers must proactively target the racial disparities we see in our systems. We very much appreciate the focus of today's meeting because some of the starkest racial disparities in Maine can be found in the realm of housing. And speaking of those disparities, very, very relevant to the topic of this commission is the fact that zoning restrictions disproportionately impact Mainers of color because Mainers of color are disproportionately renters. I know you know this. I know this has come up throughout your meetings, and I apologize if I'm repeating anything that was already specifically said earlier today, as I have had to come in and out of this meeting. However, I just wanted to highlight just how stark the disparities are in Maine, because I think that there's often a feeling that these patterns that we see of segregation and racial disparities in housing in other parts of the country may not be the case here in Maine. But in fact, they are. And I just wanted to share a few stats. So Maine has a really high home ownership rate of 72% of Maine residents are homeowner occupied. And that's compared to the national rate of 64%. So if you think about the fact that 72% of Mainers own their home, well, when we're talking about Black Mainers, you flip that, it's 30%. That means 70% of Black households in Maine rent, while overall for all households, again, it's flipped. It's only 28% of all households in Maine rent. So when we're talking about policies that disproportionately impact renters, we are talking about policies that very disproportionately impact Black households in Maine. And that disparity, the 70-30 split here in Maine for Black households, is significantly worse than the national average, which is 58% of Black households in the country are renter households. There are many systemic reasons for the relatively low home ownership rates among Black folks in Maine, but it's inextricably related to our nation's history of explicitly discriminatory housing policy and the observable higher rates of poverty, reduced opportunities in employment, and worse treatment in our education system and our home financing system for communities of color in Maine. I won't go into it. I'll include this in my written testimony, but there's actually really good analysis of Home Mortgage Disclosure Act data leading up to the financial crash that showed a significant disproportionate amount of subprime loans being offered to Black and Native American households in Maine. While the rest of the country was clearly documenting how subprime loans were having a reverse redlining effect in Black and Brown communities across the country, I just want you to know that the same thing was happening in Maine, and the data shows that. And I'm sure you've heard this statistic because it's so stark, or at least I hope you have, but there's data from Maine Housing that at one point showed that 26% of homeless individuals in Maine are Black, despite only being 1.6% of the state's population. And with 70% of Black Mainers relegated to the rental market, zoning policies severely limit their options, especially the need for affordable options. And we believe at Maine Equal Justice that there's a link between those limited affordable options and the fact that there's such an overrepresentation in the homeless population of Black folks. So I wanted to just add to all of this that you've heard enough about how zoning contributes to segregation. Just wanted to add that we've heard anecdotes very recently of folks who know of work opportunities in regions such as the Mid-Coast, where folks would really love to take those work opportunities, but they can't afford transportation and they can't afford to live there because the only places available are single-family homes that they would have to purchase. And as the case has clearly been made to you, that is a huge barrier for people who are just getting started on the economic ladder, or people who need that opportunity to move up that ladder. So I'll just end by saying that, I understand the concerns of municipalities and mandates, but we do worry, and with all due respect to Commissioner Dufour, who I have much respect for, but we do worry at Maine Equal Justice that leaving the decisions to make zoning changes solely up to individual towns may leave us with the status quo. We do support well-designed incentives, and we look forward to seeing what those options may look like. And we're happy to engage in conversation with you in trying to figure out what a well-designed incentive is. But we do also strongly encourage this committee to consider state-level solutions that go beyond incentives. We're not experts on zoning law, but we do see the on-the-ground impact of people not having access to affordable housing. And for that reason, we strongly support any changes to zoning that will lead to the development of more affordable housing. And on a very related side note, because we do work with folks who are extremely low income, the lowest income folks in the state, any policies that zoning related or otherwise that could increase the acceptance of housing choice vouchers, since most of our clients would not be able to afford even affordable units if they didn't also have a Section 8 voucher with that. So thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Are there any questions from the commission? Speaker Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you, Joby, for bringing new information to this meeting at 5:03 p.m. Really, really appreciate it. You brought some points, data points that we did not hear at any point in this meeting that perhaps I would argue are some of the most profound data points we've heard to this point. So thank you for taking the time to be here. as
You're
always.
you're very welcome.
Any other questions? Commissioner Golek.
I just, not really a question. I just want to add that I have a paper that I'm going to submit for the resources. It's called Housing Discrimination and Local Control by Elaine Gross, and it was written in March 2019. I'll send it along tonight. I think it's a very important read to help continue with the work that we're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission? Seeing none, thank you once again for being here today. I'll check with you one more time. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment before we close the public comment section of our day? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, the public comment portion of our meeting today is closed. With that, we are finished with the bulk of our work. The final item on our agenda is about planning and next steps. I will preempt Ms. Risler just to say that the speaker and I will be meeting on Tuesday to plan the next two meetings, which are the two meetings that will be the most substantial before we can draft a report, and then have our final meeting to come back to review that report, approve it, amend it, change it, or whatever else. And so I encourage commission members who have ideas for what we should be considering and how we should structure the next two meetings to please reach out directly to the chairs, and only the chairs or our staff. And Speaker case, that is Megan Rochello, and in my case, it's Isabella Zox. We will take commissioners' input in that fashion. It's the easiest and most convenient way to streamline that for the speaker and I, with all of the things that we are doing elsewhere, and to also keep our staff email boxes uncluttered with suggestions that she will have to forward to us anyway. So I ask for your cooperation in that matter, whether you are on the commission or not on the commission. Please submit your suggestions to the chairs. Hillary, what else do you have for us today?
I don't think I have much more than that. As you said, we'll be meeting on Tuesday, and once we do have a plan in place, we will certainly be reaching out to commission members to confirm availability, as well as let you know what the plan is. As Commissioner Golick mentioned, if there are resources that you do want added to that list, please feel free to continue sending them, and we'll update that list. For any members of the public who have been listening, we will post the materials that were presented today, as well as the outline presentation from our final presenter, Mr. Morgan Williams, up on the commission website, so those all will be available.
Are there any other comments or questions or discussion points from commissioners before we adjourn? Commissioner Golek, I see your hand is up. Is that from before? It's okay. Great. Since I don't see any hands up, I would suggest that this commission stand adjourned until our next meeting, which will probably be 2 weeks from today. Thank you all very much for your attention on this long day to this very important foundational subject. We were offered a lot of solutions, which is what I had hoped to be the case. For those who were wondering when we were going to talk about those, we will certainly keep going on that path. And I hope everyone has a great